Week 1, Unit 1, Exercise 1. The critical distinction to be made between history and the natural sciences is that the standing of explanations put forward by historians is very much inferior to that of scientific explanation. It may be that scientific explanations are no more than provisional hypotheses, but they are for the most part hypotheses on which all people qualified to judge are in agreement. They may be superseded one day, but for the time being they represent the nearest possible approximation to the truth, and are commonly recognized as such. In matters of historical explanation, on the other hand, a scholarly consensus scarcely exists. The known facts may not be in doubt, but how to interpret or explain them is a matter of endless debate, as the example of the English Civil War illustrated. The faction hypothesis has not superseded the class conflict hypothesis or the ideology hypothesis. All are very much alive and receive varying emphases from different historians. Exercise 2. A growing body of knowledge has changed our perception of larval life and behavior. The classical view was of passive larvae, carried by ocean currents, settling when they reached some critical stage of competency. If a larva happened to be over appropriate habitat at that stage, its chances were good. If it was somewhere less favorable, such as over great ocean depths, then it was game over. We now know that larvae are much more active than this in their settling activities. Larvae are attracted to coral reef areas by both sounds and smells emitted by reefs, and move actively toward appropriate stimuli. Once over a reef, larvae show strong habitat preferences that differ among species. Some larvae will settle and then ascend back into the water column if conditions are inappropriate. Larval settlement is therefore not a parachute drop, but more of a bungee jump. Maintenance of high diversity on a reef demands protection of not just adult habitants, but also of settlement habitats, which are often different from and far removed from adult habitats. Exercise 3. Once we define who we are through an emotional commitment to our beliefs, we are likely to experience inner fear when those beliefs are questioned. This is the first form of intellectual cowardice. Questioning our belief can seem to mean questioning who we are as persons. The intensely personal fear we feel keeps us from being fair to opposing beliefs. When we consider opposing ideas, we subconsciously undermine them, presenting them in their weakest forms so we can reject them. We need intellectual courage to overcome self-created inner fear, the fear we ourselves have created by linking our identity to a specific set of beliefs. Another important reason to acquire intellectual courage is to overcome the fear of rejection by others, because they hold certain beliefs and are likely to reject us if we challenge those beliefs. This is where we invest others with the power to intimidate us. Many people judge themselves according to the views of others, and cannot approve of themselves unless others approve of them. Few people challenge the ideologies or belief systems of the groups to which they belong. This is the second form of intellectual cowardice. Both forms make it impossible to consider either our own or others' ideas fairly. Exercise 4. Human attention is always relative. When the activation of stimuli fails to attain a critical mass, we don't notice it. When a significant level of change occurs, or when sense experience corresponds closely to vestiges of previous experience in memory, we do. To cite a very simple example, one could mention the way the brain tunes out background static, such as the hum of an air conditioner, while actively attending to pronounced acoustic spikes such as the sound of coins being dropped onto a tile floor or a sudden burst of clapping. We tend to notice the coins and clapping more than the air conditioner because the first two meet the threshold for attracting attention, while the constant hum of the air conditioner would likely result in decreased neuronal sensitivity due to the effects of habituation. Consequently, some incoming sensory images go unnoticed, while others, having set off attentional tripwires, are allocated additional neural resources and break the surface of conscious attention. Exercise 5. In a wide range of animals, uncontrollable stressful events can induce a condition called learned helplessness. In mammals, it is associated with low general activity, poor learning, disorders of sleep and feeding, and reduced immune status. It is considered an animal model of depression in humans. Researchers investigate learned helplessness in Drosophila, showing that this behavioral state consists of a cognitive and a modulatory, possibly mood-like component. A fly, getting heated as soon as it stops walking, reliably resumes walking to escape the heat. If, in contrast, the fly is not in control of the heat, it learns that its behavior has no effect and quits responding. In this state, the fly walks slowly and takes longer and more frequent rests, as if it were depressed. This downregulation of walking behavior is more pronounced in females than in males. Learned helplessness in Drosophila is an example of how, in a certain situation, behavior is organized according to its expected consequences. Exercise 6. If I feel pain, or even a vague form of malaise, I need to communicate what that feels like, and to do that, I need to use modes of expression that are outside of my sensations. So you might ask me, on a scale of 0 to 10, how bad is the pain? At that moment, I'm being asked to, and attempting to, translate an individual experience into something socially knowable, something outside both me and you. In making that translation, however, I may also modify the original sensations. I say, I think it's about a 5, and you then say, well, that is reassuring since last week you thought it was an 8. I might then re-experience my condition in relation to this new depiction. As such, something outside of me has given shape and definition to something inside. If, on the other hand, I am unable to describe my sensation, to give it socially shareable form, I am left in a kind of incommunicable limbo, which brings with it additional forms of distress because it isolates me. I cannot get anyone to understand my pain. Exercise 7. One reason we're likely to attribute behavior to people's traits and dispositions is that dispositional inferences can be comforting. The twists and turns of life can be unsettling. A superbly qualified job candidate may be passed over in favor of a mediocre applicant with the right connections. A selfless Good Samaritan may be stricken with cancer and experience a gruesome death. Such events cause anxiety, and we're tempted to think such things couldn't possibly happen to us. But we can minimize perceived threats in several ways. One way is to attribute people's behaviors or life experiences to something about them, rather than to fate or chance. More broadly, by thinking that people get what they deserve, that what goes around comes around, or that good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people, we can reassure ourselves that nothing bad will happen to us if we are the right kind of person living the right kind of life. Thus, we tend to attribute behavior and outcomes to dispositions, in part because there is a motive to do so. Exercise 8. The concept of place is characteristically the concept of an open region, in which things reside and in which relations between things can be established. The idea of place, as it operates in talk of a place or square within a town, provides a neat example of this. But such a place is itself constituted through the interrelation of the elements within it. The town square thus provides a bounded, oriented space within which the affairs of the town are brought into focus, in which particular buildings and activities take on a certain character and identity, in which individual persons are able to take on the role of citizens. But the character of the place is itself dependent on what is brought to focus within it. If we look to the larger region of the town as a whole, The character of the many particular places within the town is similarly dependent on the interrelation of places within the region as a whole, and the same is also true of entire landscapes. Thus, if one is to delineate the structure of a place or region, then what is required is to exhibit the structure of the region as a whole, as it is constituted through the interplay of the various elements within it. Exercise 9. In an American context, Jack Balkin has tried to explain law's resilience when faced with the interpretive claims of other disciplines. He argues, echoing earlier writers, such as Posner, that law is inherently weak as an academic field. It is highly susceptible to invasion by other disciplines. Although sociology is one such invader, the disciplines that, in the U.S., have recently been most successful in invading law have been economics, history, philosophy, political theory, and literary theory. Balkin claims that law is so easily invaded because it is less an academic discipline than a professional discipline. It is a skills-oriented profession, and legal education is a form of professional education. Law does not have a methodology of its own. It borrows methodologies from any discipline that can supply them. On the other hand, because law is researched and taught in settings that are never far from the professional demands of legal practice, it cannot be entirely absorbed by any other discipline. Its professional focus compensates for the lack of a purely intellectual one. Exercise 10. If you happen to disagree about sports, it doesn't mean that you can't work through this conflict. Every once in a while, invite your non-fan to sit down and watch the game with you. Perhaps you can try to teach non-fans about the background of the sport or how it is played. Be patient, because you may be about to hit one of their pet peeves. If the non-fan doesn't want to learn about sports, back off, but you may be surprised by his or her response. If this is a problem area in your relationship, here is a chance to turn the situation around and to show your significant other that you really do want to spend time together. With a little patience, you might win the person over to watching with you, and wouldn't some together time be a great outcome for an afternoon or evening, regardless of the outcome of the game itself? If you can show her what to look for, explain some of the more basic rules of the game and the story behind it, your non-fan may come around. New fans are created all the time, so there is always hope. But please, do not force the issue if they continue to fight it. Exercise 11. The modern concept of law and the modern sociological concept of society have common origins in the composite idea of the nation-state, brought to full realization in the revolutionary period of the late 18th century. In the shadow of this idea, law and society are almost mutually defining. Society is, for many definitional purposes, political society. That is, a territorially defined arena of social interaction, regulated by a specific political system. For example, British society, French society. Society is thus significantly delimited by the jurisdictional reach of legal systems. This, however, undermines the idea that law is in some sense a product or expression of society. One might put matters the other way around. Political society is a product of law. If the unity of society is fragmented, so too is that of law as a social phenomenon. Exercise 12. Cast your mind back to the first time you moved into a particular space. A room in college accommodation is a good example. You are confronted with a particular area of floor space and a certain volume of air. In that room there may be a few rudimentary pieces of furniture such as a bed, a desk, a set of drawers, and a closet. These are common to all the rooms in the complex. They are not unique and mean nothing to you beyond the provision of certain necessities of student life. Even these bare essentials have a history. A close inspection may reveal that a former owner has inscribed her name on the desk in an idle moment between classes. There on the carpet you notice a stain where someone has spilt some coffee. Some of the paint on the wall is missing. Perhaps someone had used putty to put up a poster. These are the hauntings of past inhabitation. This anonymous space has a history. It meant something to other people. Now what do? A common strategy is to make the space say something about you. You add your own possessions, rearrange the furniture within the limits of the space, put your own posters on the wall, and arrange a few books purposefully on the desk. Thus, space is turned into place, your place.
Week 1, Unit 2, Exercise 1. Traditional economic models often assume that people make choices aiming to maximize their own satisfaction. Maximizing satisfaction does not necessarily mean paying the least amount of money. Rather, it can also be seen as maximizing prestige gained through admiration from others who observe the consumption. An example of such a view can be found in Miller's Dialectics of Shopping. Miller argues that shopping often results in an innate contradiction between saving money and ethical decisions. Saving money benefits the shopper or immediate family. Conversely, while making ethical decisions, such as buying more expensive but ethically produced items, the benefit is transferred to distant others. One way to overcome this contradiction is by engaging in socially responsible conspicuous consumption. When engaging in socially responsible conspicuous consumption, essentially self-interested motives such as prestige, promise of better health or taste compensate for the higher price paid. Thus, the higher price becomes justifiable as non-price advantages are gained by the consumer, and the monetary benefit transferred to the distant producer is converted into immediate benefits for the consumer. Exercise 2. Drawings can add value by connecting cognition to physiology and engaging other senses. Good drawings develop their relationships with the reader from the initial eye contact onwards to draw in other senses, which then start working together to give the picture greater meaning. A good map makes you want to touch the image, find interrelationships, talk to the person next to you about it. If you've ever been in London, you may recall just how tactile the tube map is. It invites you to trace your route with your finger, to share your perspective on it with your traveling companions, to annotate it with additions, reminders, and doodles. Recent studies have shown how even doodling can aid recall and involvement. As former GM Vice Chairman Bob Lutz said, "I can look at old sketches done in meetings 40 years ago and experience sudden recall of the room, the table, the voices." Once you have added physically to a map, a drawing, or even a blank piece of paper, you have a greater mental and physical connection with it, and this in turn helps you to remember. Just as when you write a shopping list but forget to bring it with you, the muscle memory of scratching things on a pad helps you to recall what you needed. Exercise 3. Delay is a necessary component of procrastination. This means not only that someone who procrastinates fails to do something that she previously intended to do, but it also requires that she has not given up entirely on completing the task. Deciding not to do something ever is not procrastination, no matter how irrational or self-defeating this decision is. Note further that delaying a task needs to be distinguished from departing from a scheduled time. Schedules and deadlines are means of making explicit and specific our temporal intentions. But we can delay doing something even if our plans are rather vague. For a person's behavior to count as delay, however, it must depart significantly from the intention, and it must be possible to attribute to the individual an intention to actually do something to advance a goal. Someone who had a strong desire to climb Mount Everest but never did anything to advance that goal would not count as procrastinating if she never moved from fantasizing to planning. Exercise 4. With overt violence being disallowed, competition between groups flowed through another channel, consisting ironically of an escalating refinement of manners. demand for self-control increased as courts grew even larger and chains of interdependency became more differentiated. With growing integration, the contrasts between noble and bourgeois classes diminished, leading to a heightened sensitivity to nuances of conduct and minute gestures. The former knights, who were now courtiers, preserved their contempt for those of a lower rank, particularly the bourgeois. Tensions between courtiers and bourgeois were heightened as the former became progressively impoverished and the rising bourgeois richer and more powerful. Faced with competition from the bourgeois, the courtiers could not resort to overt violence as in the past. Instead, their fears were manifested in a general revulsion, with disgust at anything that smelt bourgeois being associated with vulgarity. Courtiers competed instead by means of manners, modifying their speech, gestures, and social amusements to maintain a distinctive distance from the unpleasant pressure from below. Exercise 5. One interesting phenomenon that takes place in connection with the practice of silence is that the mind evolves creative genius. For instance, when a person who is used to intense activity and outer diversion for his pastime and pleasure is thrown suddenly on his own inner resources, if he is not thwarted by it, his mind will have a peculiar reaction, and he will discover his inherent reserve and originality. This also is true in connection with children's education. If we do not try to keep their minds altogether occupied with artificial toys and noisy games, they will work and invent newer ones. And this quickening of the inner faculties is the gist of true education. We think better when our mind is not weighted down by matter. We see more clearly when our eyes are focused on a single objective, and nothing is more effective towards this end than the practice of silence. Exercise 6. 90% of the data in the world today was created in the past 2 years alone. Yet instead of taking advantage of the new opportunities this revolution presents, the vast majority of people almost mindlessly consume content that others have created. Former Google design ethicist Tristan Harris has called out the fact that app design practices have us glued to our phones. Today's apps and websites have been engineered so that we maximize our screen time, and companies that manage to seize our attention are showered with profits. Harris has called our gut reactions to the attention economy a race to the bottom of the brainstem. He told The Atlantic, "You could say that it's my responsibility to exert self-control when it comes to digital usage, but that's not acknowledging that there's 1,000 people on the other side of the screen whose job is to break down whatever responsibility I can maintain." Many people who think they control their phones are in reality controlled by them. Exercise 7. Language is one of our defining traits as a species, but we are probably the only animal in which 2 of its individuals plucked from different places, even right next door, might not be able to communicate with one another, almost as if they were 2 different biological species. Sometimes, even speakers of the same language can confuse one another. A young English boy I know, traveling in America, was told by someone who overheard him speaking, "I can tell from your accent that you're from somewhere in Europe." By comparison to our linguistic isolation, you could take a gorilla from its troop and put it in any other troop wherever gorillas are found, and it would know what to do. There would probably be some fighting over territory and attempts at establishing who is dominant over whom, but for the most part, life would be routine. The new gorilla would communicate as all gorillas communicate, fight as gorillas fight, make the same kind of nest, and eat the same kinds of food. Exercise 8. To really understand the complex life cycle and social behavior of chimpanzees, you need time. Chimpanzees, like the other great apes, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans, and humans, mature very slowly. Infants continue to share their mother's nest, ride her back, and suckle, though less frequently, until about 5 years old, when the next offspring is often born. And even then, they remain emotionally connected to their mother, traveling with her for several years, strengthening family bonds that may persist throughout life. A female will not have her first infant until she is between 10 and 13 years old, and like humans and other great apes, she has a long gestation period, about 8 months for chimpanzees, and there is an interval averaging 5 years between births. Chimpanzees can live to be over 50 years in the wild and up to 70 years in captivity. As a result of this long life and the fact that each individual has his or her own distinct personality, any worthwhile behavioral study of chimpanzees must be long-term and must concentrate on individual life histories. Exercise 9. Computers have changed a lot in the past 25 years. Computer networks were rudimentary in the 1990s. The explosive growth of the Internet and the proliferation of connected devices changed everything. It also gave us a much better metaphor for how the human brain works. Networked, mobile computers can do much more than the desktop computer of the 1990s. This isn't just because they're better at storing and handling data. What's really important is their ability to share data, programs, and processing power. The connectedness of today's computers has helped scientists to realize that the computer inside the human skull also owes much of its power to its ability to be in a network, to be part of an us. We humans learn from others. We put our heads together and think things over. We share our feelings and feel each other's pain. Connectedness is vital for our mental health. Children who have been neglected and not allowed social contact don't just grow up ignorant of the world. Their brain development is often delayed or impaired. Exercise 10. A virtue that a quest for meaning builds is thinking abstractly. People often think of abstraction as stripping away meaning, but in fact, abstraction does the opposite. It enriches meaning. When you see that two things have similar structures or behavior, then those similarities create a connection, a new meaning for you that wasn't there before. Henri Poincaré famously said that mathematics is the art of giving the same name to different things. To which a poet quipped, "Poetry is the art of giving different names to the same thing." If you've only ever seen one dog, you might think that a dog must be a German Shepherd. Once you've seen several, you begin to realize that the meaning of dog is richer than you realized. Abstraction enriches meaning by helping you to take a collection of examples and to see just what is essential about, for instance, dogness. In so doing, you see what's the same about many different things. Exercise 11. When you give an oral presentation, a core message first approach provides you with a time advantage. Starting with your core message increases the likelihood that your audience walks away with the message that you want them to walk away with, even when you are running out of time. Although you should not underestimate the importance of proper timekeeping, there may always be reasons why you find yourself short of time at the end of your presentation, in spite of all your efforts to the contrary. Perhaps you are just generally predisposed to run out of time in everything you do, or perhaps you encountered some unexpected interruptions ranging from faulty equipment to clarification questions. Whatever the reason, we've all been there. The 1 minute left sign flashes, and you're barely halfway through your presentation. You will have to cut parts of your presentation, speed up, and all of this goes at the expense of the core message that you had planned to deliver at the end. You can save yourself a considerable amount of stress by starting, rather than ending, your presentation with your core message. Exercise 12. Nothing lasts forever, as the saying goes. There are waggish types who move from that thought to the conclusion that sustainability is a logical impossibility, yet who said that a practice or process has to continue throughout eternity in order to be considered sustainable. There are many ways to measure how long or to what extent a practice can endure, given its background conditions. There is no reason to think that it is not sustainable just because there is some dramatic change in those conditions. This is the "what would happen if the Earth was hit by a comet" thought experiment. Current thinking is that a mass extinction event occurred when some large celestial object struck our planet about 65 million years ago. The climatic disruption led to the extinction of an estimated 50% of the species in existence at that time. It is not clear what someone might mean by saying that these extinct species had an unsustainable life process because they did not survive a meteor impact.
Week 2, Unit 3, Exercise 1. Digital media seem to promise that media texts circulate faster, more cheaply, and more broadly than ever before, leading to utopian accounts that imagine the potential for television shows or movies to be available anywhere. This is the promise articulated by digital utopians such as Chris Anderson, who argued in The Long Tail that media aggregators would thrive on selling niche content rather than focusing solely on blockbuster hits. Even though digital storage costs are relatively minimal compared with other methods of distribution, allowing retailers to store titles that are purchased only a few times a month, Anderson's argument generally understates the production costs required to make a feature-length film or ongoing televised or web series. And although a number of niche films have found an audience online, the persistent availability of movies through different VOD, video-on-demand services, has altered their value, often with the result that consumers have felt less urgency to own copies of individual films, taking away one of the primary sources of income for movie makers, a situation that has been especially damaging to independent producers. Exercise 2. The underlying imagery of burnout has an immediacy and accessibility which captures an increasingly common experience. Something has gone wrong in people's relationship to their work. The basic narrative goes like this. People entered a job with positive expectations, enthusiasm, and the goal to be successful. Over time, things changed, and now people have a deep sense of exhaustion, feelings of frustration, anger, and cynicism, and a sense of ineffectiveness and failure. The initial flame has burned out. The experience hurts both personal and social functioning on the job, and thus carries some real costs for the individual worker, for the people affected by him or her, and for the organization as a whole. Although some people may quit the job as a result of burnout, others will stay, but will only do the bare minimum, rather than their very best. What emerges from this narrative is the centrality of people's motivation to achieve. They bring dedication, effort, and commitment to their work, and want to do well and to take pride in their accomplishments. The erosion of those noble qualities is what is represented by burnout. Exercise 3. For a long time, African culture has been used and seen as a non-developmental force, maintaining and sometimes establishing a negative status quo, as opposed to being a progressive and enlightening force. The negative or shadow side of culture has been used and popularized more than the positive one. This is one of the reasons why, for one reason, I am a strong critic of tribal groupings, which, in my opinion, mostly promote tribalism. To me, most of them are not being used as wheels of the positive cultural revival as they claim. Dancing, wearing traditional regalia, and reviving cultural rituals and practices that may have since become irrelevant in the name of reclaiming identity will not do in the midst of the challenges facing the modern world. Most tribal associations are one of the manifestations of the negative face of culture. Their inherent blood is thicker than merit mentality, which is the essence of tribalism, is a great obstacle to development and progress. Exercise 4. One of the features of philosophy as a subject which may horrify the teacher of the subject is that it has a far wider sense than academic philosophy. It is fun to look in the philosophy section in libraries and bookshops, since a large number of books which one finds there have little or nothing to do with academic philosophy at all. In most bookshops in North America and Europe today, the sections on philosophy are smaller than the sections often next to them on mind and spirituality. There is a great deal of interest in issues of spirituality in the fin de siècle world. Now, it might be thought that this has nothing to do with philosophy. It is just a series of vague and rambling thoughts about how one might live one's life and how that relates to the meaning of existence. It all seems to be very subjective, with little argument or analysis, the sort of thing that much philosophy has traditionally opposed. Yet in the mind of the public, this is what philosophy is primarily about, and the public is not entirely wrong here. Exercise 5. Consumer fairness can help explain a number of economic phenomena. Daniel Kahneman, Jack Knecht, and Richard Thaler argued that concerns about fairness effectively prevented firms from maximizing profits. In one survey, the vast majority of respondents regarded a firm that would raise shovel prices after a snowstorm as engaging in unfair behavior. In another survey, respondents were told about a landlord whose rising costs forced him to raise the rent on a poor tenant, even though the increase might force the tenant to move. 75% of respondents found the action to be unfair. While consumers do not begrudge firms a profit motive, they do not like profits to come at the expense of people. Respondents viewed salary cuts undertaken by a struggling company as fair, but unfair when imposed by a profitable company. Ultimately, consumer fairness flows from a dual entitlement principle that binds both buyers and sellers. Buyers believe they are entitled to a purchase price roughly comparable to a reference transaction, or a transaction that recently occurred within both the firm's and its customers' community, or frame of reference. Sellers, meanwhile, are entitled to a profit within the limits of the reference transaction. Exercise 6. Reflection and reflecting are a psychologist's favorite words, and with good reason. A reflective person has access to his inner motives, feelings, and thoughts, and is able to see the psychological connection between them and his actions. Because he's keeping an eye on his dark side, he's better able to keep it in check. For instance, he'll recognize that the aversion he feels toward his coworker isn't actually because she's supposedly unfriendly, it's because of the envy he feels at her success. By seeing this in himself, he will likely conclude that it really wouldn't be fair to target this person. Chances are good he'll behave amicably toward her and manage to regulate his green-eyed monster internally. Because he has access to his feelings of envy and inferiority, he also has the ability to sway these feelings in a more positive direction. Were he unable to admit that his coworker's success rubbed his ego the wrong way, he may have felt tempted to attack her, if only with a few verbal jabs to cut her down, even in front of others. Exercise 7. Laughter and humor have long puzzled thinkers and theorists, largely because they are subjective. Thomas Hobbes theorized that laughter is primarily a form of cruelty, by which one asserts superiority over others. Twain believed it to be one of mankind's most potent weapons against the despair of the human condition. Freud believed humor and laughter serve as relief valves that jettison the anxieties that build in the human psyche, which grants humor the ability to heal psychological trauma. Others have posited humor is produced by incongruity, by identifying the way that things should be against the way things are. Thus, context becomes important in humor, because what is incongruous in one culture might be normal in another. The divergent views on the uses of humor illustrate the complexity of writing about such a topic, a complexity amplified by the accuracy of each divergent view. Exercise 8. Practicing Stoicism helps us develop the tools to deal as effectively as humanly possible with whatever kicks and punches life throws at us. No matter what happens in our lives, we're ready for anything. We're prepared to take hooks and side kicks, never give up, and make the best of it. This is the promise of Stoic philosophy. Yet right now, if you get punched in the face, what's going to happen? You get emotional. Like everybody else, you either angrily fight back or, more likely, you start crying. The Stoics identified strong emotions as our ultimate weakness, especially when we let them dictate our behavior. They're toxic to eudaimonia, and they're at the root of all human suffering. Unfortunately, according to the Stoics, most of us are enslaved to passions, strong negative emotions such as irrational fear, grief, or anger. This is why so many of us are miserable. We're far away from being a tower of strength. We're far away from being on good terms with our ideal self. Our passions cause us to act far beneath of what we're capable of. Exercise 9. In general, social psychological theory proposes that although behavior certainly leads to objective consequences, the interpretation of these consequences by the individual has enormous influence on the person's intention to perform the behavior in the future, i.e., reinforce the behavior. Peer and family opinions are also important. These constitute the construct of social norms. Other social, environmental, and cultural forces also exist. However, psychologist Harry Triandis suggests that for any given individual, even such external factors as culture and social situations influence behavior because they are internalized by each individual. Thus, culture and social situations exist not only out there, but also in here, as subjective culture and subjective social situations that serve as mental maps that guide individuals' behavior by influencing their values, norms, roles, and so forth. All in all, then, a person's perception of the world appears to be a powerful influence on behavior. Exercise 10. Modeling after someone works, but remember that success is a mind formula. When modeling after someone else, you must realize that you still have to make sacrifices and do all the hard work yourself. Do not get relaxed and think something is going to be easy because you are modeling after someone else. When we are on the outside looking in, it may appear as if it does not require much to achieve a goal. We think about a stand-up comedian doing a skit on stage. Sometimes we think within, they're not that funny. I could do better than that. This is easy to assume until you look into it and find out the work does not even begin when you get on stage. Not only will you find out that you have to tell jokes, you will realize that you must write skits, be a promoter, etc. Once some people know all of this, they would stop. Always remind yourself that success is more than what meets the eye. Exercise 11. In history, some bosses were vilified as the architects of much evil of their time, and truly they were. But such bosses never operate alone. No large-scale evil can be perpetrated in a society by one man without evil being in the minds of so many of its people. The many must have come to accept the evil acts as pardonable, as they had become necessary in their conscience. Yes, such bosses might be working with a minority, but when a minority lords it over the majority, then the minority is the effective majority. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "A man is not worth living who is not ready to die for what he believes in." Thus, whatever happens is consciously or unconsciously accepted by the society that lives with it rather than bear the consequences of confronting it. Therefore, a person of any character can be the boss as long as the collective feelings of his society deem it fit. Exercise 12. The cultural area is where the sky is truly the limit in regard to music. There are countless examples. Music is a wonderful avenue to introduce cultures from around the world. The many recordings depicting the traditional music of each culture are readily available for teachers to add to their collection. Also, musical recordings of the various instruments from countries around the world provide children with an auditory and visual representation of culture. It is important to include an equitable balance of multicultural materials in the classroom to ensure that each child's heritage is represented and all children are exposed to the heritage of other cultures. Today, the holistic classroom method draws and builds upon what the child already knows, engaging the child, since one learns best when passion and interaction are at play. And also addressing the needs of the whole child. Learning begins with the whole, progresses through to analysis of the parts, and finishes full circle with the whole picture.
Week 2, Unit 4, Exercise 1. If ethics is a dynamic, changing form of activity, then ethics is not a set of rules to be followed blindly or defended dogmatically. In many cases, there will be legitimate debate as to whether and how rules should apply. Even principles we hold dear may have to be reinterpreted in light of new developments. For example, how to apply the principle of respect for life to the issue of how long to keep a dying person alive through new technology. Moreover, the boundaries of ethics shift. In our time, ethics has come to include such issues as animal welfare and protecting the environment. Ethics is not just the disposition to adhere to rules, but also the disposition to critique and improve the rules. There is an important difference between living one's ethics as an activity and simply following a set of rules. The former rejects the sheer acceptance of rules and conventions. Ethics requires that we follow rules that we have examined critically. Exercise 2. When compared to people using search engines, as recent studies show, those who seek news and information from social media are at a higher risk of becoming trapped in a collective social bubble, where news is shared within communities of like-minded individuals. In these bubbles of filtered information, people choose to consume material that reinforces their existing attitudes. Even when opposing views appear side by side, people still select from content that upholds opinions they already agree with. The internal logic of social media platforms themselves reinforces their users' safe choices by offering them a narrower spectrum of sources. In this way, online collaboration amplifies the echo chambers and further insulates the filter bubbles. For better or for worse, the process of discovery undergoes a transformation from an individual to a social endeavor. Exercise 3. Laboratory research is generally preferred to field research. The reason is simple and has to do with what a laboratory is. We tend to think of a laboratory as a room with gray or black furniture, no curtains on the windows, tile floors, and workers dressed in white coats. Certainly, we are describing one type of laboratory, but the description has nothing to do with the essentials of research. Basically, a scientific laboratory is a place set up to allow the most appropriate control over variables of interest in the particular research. Thus, a social psychology laboratory might well have rugs on the floor, curtains on the windows, pictures on the walls, and comfortable chairs, like any living room. Laboratory work in social psychology requires control over elements such as choice of participants, beginning and end of social interaction, and freedom from distraction. If someone's home or a storefront building meets these requirements, such a setting might be a better preparation and serve just as well or better than a sterile-looking room. The results of laboratory research depend entirely on the degree and type of control that is possible. Exercise 4. Huge amounts of evidence support the view that the conscious self is, in fact, a very small portion of the mind's activity. Perception, abstract cognition, emotional processes, memory, and social interaction all appear to proceed to a great extent without the involvement of consciousness. most of the mind is non-conscious. These out-of-awareness processes do not appear to be in opposition to consciousness or to anything else. They create the foundation for the mind in social interactions, internal processing, and even conscious awareness itself. Non-conscious processing influences our behaviors, feelings, and thoughts. Non-conscious processes impinge on our conscious minds. We experience sudden intrusions of elaborated thought processes, as in aha experiences, or emotional reactions, as in crying before we are aware that we are experiencing a sense of sadness. So we can say that for the most part, the self is not divided by some line between a conscious and a non-conscious self. Rather, the self is created by non-conscious processes as well as by the selective associations of these processes into something we call consciousness. To put it another way, we are much, much more than our conscious processes. Exercise 5. Motivated reasoning is a strong element in the distrust of science. It has been revealed that there is a statistical correlation between believing in an unregulated market economy and skepticism toward climate research and the reality of anthropogenic climate changes. A study offers the explanation that the claim of CO2 emissions being a real and big threat is itself a threat to the market economy that depends massively on fossil fuels. The principle seems to be that it is better to distrust the reliability of the climate research than to revise views of the market. The tendency to resist facts is so clear that people's ability to solve math tasks is impaired if the result is not to their liking. Motivated reasoning must go deep if it even affects the capacity to calculate. Better to get facts and even calculation rules out of the way than to change your point of view and allow facts to disturb your convictions, political identity, and perception of reality. Why would one want to allow that if one is so convicted of being right? Exercise 6. Aristotle conceived of democracy as a ruling partnership among relative equals. The ancient approach was to look for one. All-purpose epistemic virtue for the political domain. We lack a word in our vocabulary that picks out a distinctive political expertise. A techne for modern democracy. This is no accident. The model of an agency relationship gets its purchase from its ability to divide up cognitive labor, to permit knowledge specialization by political actors. You could spend all your life informing yourself about any given subdomain of the modern bureaucratic state. To avoid this overload, democratic citizens take out periodic loans. They transfer their decision-making authority to agents who bear their decisional costs by contracting out some of their obligations. This drastically reduces the political reasoning that they must engage in on a daily basis. The freedom that this form of agency offers should not be downplayed. Exercise 7. When teachers and caregivers use child-appropriate language and examples, young children can be easily drawn into discussions of fairness and difference, learning to be open-minded and accepting of others. What better way to engage the issue of fairness and difference than with the incorporation of the world's musical cultures? Through music instruction that contextualizes and humanizes musicking, young children come to know others and what makes them special, or even similar. An example might come in the form of a discussion of the musical gender roles in traditional Andean musical cultures. Men traditionally play the instruments, e.g., various flutes, while women serve as singers and lyricists. Many children exclaim, "That's not fair," in response to acquiring this knowledge. The skillful music teacher must help them understand that the culture enjoys the higher-pitched sound of the women's voices, and as the men cannot sing in that way, they play instruments that mimic that register. What might not seem fair at first glance can be illuminated by a bit of context. Exercise 8. One example of a stimulus releaser can be found in the behavior of the herring gull chick. Parent gulls, noted for their scavenging, return to the nest and disgorge food for the benefit of the chick. The bill of the herring gull is yellowish in color, but it also contains a bright red spot on the lower mandible. As the parent's bill opens, the chick pecks in the direction of the red spot and receives the food. The actions of the parents and the chick are thus coordinated in feeding. The chick normally pecks at the parent's bill, but it may also be induced to peck at models constructed to resemble, in different degrees, the bill of the parent. Chicks direct pecks towards the models, although they barely resemble the parent's bill in physical appearance, if the model has a red spot situated on it at a convenient pecking position. In the absence of the spot, pecking may not occur, although the model closely resembles the parent's bill in other respects. Clearly, the red spot acts as the trigger for the pecking response. Exercise 9. Critically, regarding AI, our prospective fate is less about the threat of an evil Terminator robot army and more about the fact that AI has no inherent reason to share human goals. For now, it neither loves us nor hates us. But there are signs that our smart tech may soon understand us better than we understand ourselves. It will most likely become smarter than we are, and soon. So unless we design it in alignment with our highest aspirations, the priorities of thinking machines may be totally alien to us. AI will be motivated by its own logic rather than human concerns, from love to compassion to peace. Even if we manage to design AI that shares our most precious values and install within it an algorithmic sense of virtue, there is no guarantee that, as it becomes more independent, it won't abandon those ideals. Exercise 10. Perhaps owing to their negative program, many people have developed the habit of interpreting things as right that should naturally displease them. This enables them to avoid the unpleasant negative feelings and to seemingly only experience joy. So-called positive thinking, which has been a real trend of late, is based on this principle, creating an excess of joy, as the key to a happy life. Unfortunately, this strategy often results in living in an illusory world. If carried to an extreme, it leads to the denial, reinterpretation, or repression of anything that would naturally displease us. Smile at any price and do not look at the shadowy side of things is a strategy that might create pleasure in the short term, but in the long term it will create the disease of discontent. All of us are confronted with things in our lives that require an interpretation other than this is beautiful and this is right. To deny this means to deny the nature of duality and of life itself. Exercise 11. It is important to remember that movies are not always topical. When we start looking for easy analogies to current events in movies, we miss what the movies are saying. Making a movie takes a lot of time, and the hot topics of today likely weren't the hot topics of the day when the movie was written, financed, and filmed. For example, when Pixar's WALL-E was released in theaters in 2008, many people saw it as blatant propaganda for the environmental movement. After all, WALL-E's story centers around saving the planet from overpollution via a tiny plant growing in a work boot. An Inconvenient Truth had recently won the Oscar for Best Documentary in 2007. And the environment was a consistent issue in the 2008 presidential election. However, writer/director Andrew Stanton first conceived of the movie, including the fact that the Earth is covered in garbage and that our robot hero finds a single living plant, in 1999, long before the current environmental movement was winning Oscars and being debated by presidential candidates. Exercise 12. The artifact status of certain emotions was famously proposed by William James and Carl Lange roughly a century ago. In an often quoted passage, James argued that fear was evoked by the act of trembling, sorrow was evoked by the act of crying, and so on. This James-Lange theory of emotion has a checkered history. Some important research supports the theory. One example is found in a simple experiment carried out by Fritz Strack and his colleagues, where participants were asked to hold a pencil in their mouth. In one condition, participants held the pencil using their teeth without allowing their lips to touch the pencil. In a contrasting condition, participants held the pencil with their lips only. Strack showed that the manner by which participants hold the pencil has a direct effect on how they feel. Grasping a pencil between your teeth causes you to feel happier than grasping it with your lips. The difference can be traced to the flexing of the zygomatic muscles. Holding a pencil between your teeth produces something very similar to smiling. It is not just that you smile when happy. You can feel happy because you smile.
Week 3, Unit 5, Exercise 1. One of the difficulties associated with retailing services is control of the quality of service received by customers, and how the level of quality that can be expected in a retail outlet is communicated to customers. For example, in a hair salon, the quality of the product is dependent on the stylist's performance and how much the individual customer likes their new style. The satisfaction of the individual customer with the style produced and the quality of the service product can only be fully assessed when the styling is finished. However, customers are helped in their assessment of the essentially intangible product by tangible indicators such as the environment in which the styling takes place. If the salon is clean, with a fashionable decor, the stylists are carefully dressed and their styling qualifications accessible. This physical evidence will send positive messages to customers about the level of quality they are likely to receive in the service product. Service quality in services retailing is important because rising living standards make customers want a higher standard of service to match their general lifestyle. Exercise 2. It is possible that, in the context of political debates, television audiences' nonverbal behavior might influence their responses to candidates' performances. For example, research indicates that motor neurons and associated cognitive structures tend to produce mimicked responses to candidate behavior. That is, when seeing a candidate smile, an observer's facial muscles react by either smiling or preparing to smile. Furthermore, research indicates that authentic smiles produced during online embodied processing function to bias information processing in a positive way toward the stimulus. As such, when a candidate on screen is seen smiling, partisan audience members who mimic that smile may construct or reinforce positive beliefs about the candidate. It seems that giving voters access to information through debates between rival candidates can significantly improve their knowledge and increase democratic participation. Alternatively, when a partisan voter mimics a favored candidate's display of disgust during an opponent's speech, the voter's disgusted expression might reinforce his or her own negative emotional response to the candidate's opponent. Exercise 3. Not only architects are researching architectural subjects. A lot of researchers come from other disciplines with different research cultures. Hence, research approaches as well as research achievements are different. They are published in journals of each discipline, often not knowing from each other. Some are not even published, as they were done in offices and not labeled as research. In many areas of architectural research, the methodological, scientific work has long been established. These include, for example, the theory of architecture and history, but also the engineering disciplines of structures and building technology. The core discipline, architectural design, on the other hand, faces special challenges. The design process refers to many involved disciplines, such as construction, materials science, building physics, manufacturing technology, computer science, geometry, aesthetics, sociology, philosophy, and history. For architecture, it is essential that these disciplines do not remain separate in their consideration, but interlock in the planning, design, and implementation of architecture. This is probably one of the reasons why scientific work in the field of design is different compared to other fields. Exercise 4. Because the brain contains so many neurons, most of us can get through life without losing so many cells that we become mentally debilitated. Eventually, though, brain cell loss with age does catch up with us, and eventually mental deterioration takes place in virtually everyone. It's a mystery why some individuals maintain keen mental abilities much longer than do others. Indeed, it may be brain cell loss that determines human lifespan. If we could eliminate heart attacks, cancer, and other fatal diseases, we still might not extend the absolute lifespan of humans, because most brain cells cannot divide and replace themselves. Although the average life expectancy for humans has increased more than 60% since 1900, from about 50 years in 1900 to over 80 years today, the maximum number of years that humans live has not increased appreciably since ancient times. Exercises 5 and 6. Teams in sporting competition win or lose based on their ability to perform on the day and the extent to which they defeat their opponent. There are many examples across multiple sports where the most talented teams have lost to the underdogs. Games can change as a result of momentary slips in concentration, and teams can become paralyzed by the pressure of the big occasion. Understanding the factors that can cause a team to fail underpins the development of effective strategies to make sure that this failure is not repeated in the future. Taking this one step further can ensure that well-planned and well-thought-through strategies can prevent these failures from happening at all. Indeed, most sports teams will not reach many finals, or frequently be in a position to win a league or a title. In view of this, taking the opportunity to learn from its mistakes might already be too late for the team. It thus makes more sense to plan effectively from the start, in essence having all the bases covered to allow the team to achieve its potential, rather than to try and fix a problem after the event, closing the gate after the horse is bolted. Whilst the retrospective approach is obviously possible, and many examples exist of teams who return to be successful, many other teams don't get another opportunity. It therefore makes sense for the team to do all it can to plan and prepare effectively to achieve the greatest potential for success. Team planning and effective preparation for the main factors that impact upon performance underpin consistent performance when it matters in many successful teams. For sports teams, these factors can be grouped into 5 main categories: technical, tactical, physical, psychological, and environmental factors. The team that considers each of these factors in turn will stand the greatest chance of living up to its potential and ultimately being successful and realizing its potential. Exercise 7. Food insecurity can be generated by dynamics that may appear overall positive. In many cities, gentrification, the process through which whole neighborhoods are revitalized through the influx of higher-income habitants, has undesirable collateral effects. The arrival of new dwellers in previously low-income neighborhoods often pushes real estate, rent, services, and food costs up. Small farm-to-table restaurants, gourmet cafes, and natural food stores open to cater to the needs and preferences of the newcomers. The markets that cities had built in previous decades to provide food for local dwellers of all walks of life are turned into glamorous food halls, leisure places for affluent customers and tourists. Abandoned factories and whole neighborhoods previously dedicated to industrial activities become hubs for food innovation, creative manufacturing, and intriguing new restaurants. However, prices inevitably increase making finding affordable food difficult. The changes often end up forcing the poorest segments of the pre-existing communities to move to more affordable destinations. Exercise 8. The element of package design is crucial to the success of a product, because effective package design can ensure the product gains consumer notice, communicates information, and provides sensory stimulation to consumers. This importance is why manufacturers take great care when designing new packages. The literature in this area emphasizes the importance of package design as part of the total product, but little attention has been paid to the impact of the consumer's experience with the package on the evaluation of the product itself. Experiences range from an indirect experience of merely visualizing the product in a picture without physical interaction to a direct experience of handling or using the product and package. The findings give empirical support to the idea that the better the experience provided by the brand through its stores, the greater the likelihood that its consumers will become attached to the store brand. Researchers have suggested that valuable insights can be gained from exploring a consumer's evaluation of the package and its contents after a direct experience with the package instead of merely looking at a picture of the package itself. Exercise 9. Hydroponics is efficient in its use of water by recycling it within the closed-loop system, and in the time it takes to grow finished produce. Lettuce, for example, only needs 26 to 30 days to mature, compared to the 45 to 48 days it takes in soil-based systems. Aquaponics not only has these benefits, but also brings fish into the equation. The fish obviously offer a new harvest of a different crop and also provide an organic food source for the hydroponic crops. By recirculating the fish waste water to the food crops, the fish waste is used up by the plants as a nutrient. This, in effect, polishes the water clean of the fish waste, and it is then recirculated back to the fish tank. Most aquaponic growers use fish that will be a good source, such as tilapia, but some are also raising species such as koi and goldfish, which are used in ornamental landscape ponds. It all depends on the type of fish the local market demands. For backyard production, it depends on the type of fish desired on the plate in the dining room. Tilapia and barramundi are two common species raised in aquaponics, but I have also seen systems raising trout, bass in Australia, and even freshwater shrimp in New Zealand. Exercise 10. It is a common belief in every culture that the fruits and vegetables which have the best flavor are nutritionally superior. It is logical that our tastes would have evolved to lead us to the most valuable foods. Whether taste reflects the quality and quantity of vitamins, minerals, and protein, or whether it is an index of other as yet undiscovered nutrients or properties of foods, has not been verified in the laboratory. Nevertheless, as a working hypothesis, it is probably safe to assume that produce which looks pretty but has no taste is less desirable in the diet. There are some clearly negative effects from tasteless fruits and vegetables. For example, if experiences with mealy, bland fruit cause a child to turn away from it, then he may lose his natural impulse to eat fresh food. His sense of taste may become diverted, and in a futile attempt to satisfy his body's needs, he may turn increasingly to artificially flavored and seasoned snack foods and sweets. Exercises 11 and 12. If you or someone you know suffers from attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, or attention deficit disorder, ADD, you know how difficult self-regulation or self-control can be. Teachers and parents can especially become frustrated when young people under their care can't control themselves. What part, if any, does the misuse of technology play in attention deficit disorders? I'm often asked that question as I speak to teachers and parents. Evidence is mounting that there is indeed a correlation. There are studies that link ADD to the overloading of working memory. Parents of children with ADHD are often perplexed because teachers complain that their child cannot focus in the classroom. Yet at home, the same child can play video games and watch television for hours at a time, totally focused. The reason a child, or anyone else for that matter, can focus on a screen for extended periods of time is because the dopamine reward circuit is being activated, which of course is very gratifying. The problem is that the attention and concentration needed for video games and television is not the same that is needed in school, as well as other areas in real life. On one hand, long periods of time in front of a screen may be the result of ADHD, and on the other, it might also be the cause. There are studies that show that young people who spend extended periods of time staring into screens are more likely to develop attention deficits later on in life. The fact is, technology can train you to lose focus, and technology itself may not be enough to help you get it back.
Week 3, Unit 6, Exercise 1. In its simplest form, apparent movement can be reduced to two events. First one appears, then the other, their combined appearance yielding the appearance of movement. Of course, a number of variables, like the brightness of the images and their form, will determine if movement will actually be perceived by the observer. No apparatus whatever is needed to illustrate this simplest case. Your own two eyes will do. Because the eyes are separated by a distance of about 2.5 inches, it follows as a consequence of geometry that the images formed on the two retinas of those two eyes will differ slightly from one another in most circumstances. To see apparent movement at work, hold your finger up about 2 feet in front of your eyes while staring at a distant object. Quickly blink one eye, then the other, paying attention as you do to the appearance of the nearby finger. What you will see is not the rapid juxtaposition of two separate and slightly different images, but a single image that will appear to move in jerky fashion from side to side. Somehow, the successive images have been integrated into a fluid sequence of movement, rather than seen as independent, alternating events. Exercise 2. The idea of virtue as an aspect of character that cannot be completely or adequately described in the abstract lends itself to stories of heroic deeds. To undertake a series of actions to achieve an end that is recognized as good is the stuff of stories from Greek myths to contemporary movies to children's adventures. Television has provided an excellent vehicle for the demonstration of heroic action because it can summarize action and outcome through narrative structure, while heavily dramatizing the action and its effects. Whether it is the fantastical character of Doctor Who on children's television or the brave and adventurous members of the Spooks team, heroes act in the interest of others, often taking risks to realize the happiness of others. It is argued that virtue is relative to the culture in which it is recognized. The shared approval of a behavior within a society is what defines a virtue. We are shown the operation of reflective thought. The reasons for action are often set out clearly in the script, and we see the happiness achieved by the beneficiaries, and, as importantly, the happiness of the hero in having acted with virtue. Exercise 3. While we often carefully monitor what is said to achieve the desired effect, how we are saying it may escape censor, such that the reality of the situation is leaked despite our best efforts. In other words, nonverbal communication can be thought of as a more truthful form of communication through the insights that it affords into what may lie behind the verbal message. This is the window on the soul assumption. It is only true to a point. Even in the case of facial expressions, it would be wrong to assume a simple, direct and unerring cause-effect relationship with underlying emotional states. Certain facial displays are regulated in keeping with the social context, making them more or less likely to be exhibited, perhaps in exaggerated form. Social intentions and motives can be at the root of such expressions rather than blind emotional states. Skilled interactors can learn to control what their bodies say as well as the messages sent in words. Exercise 4. A recent phenomenon of consumer guidance is the book group. Traditionally, this might mean a small group of friends or acquaintances choosing to read a certain text at the same time and meeting up over a cup of coffee or glass of wine to discuss it in a friendly atmosphere, away from academic jargon or the environment of a classroom. Readers would take turns suggesting new titles, thus democratically ensuring that each member would have a say in the group's reading matter, and allowing for diverse authors and genres being covered. In the last decade of the 20th century, however, the reading club, in the true fashion of the media age, went global. It was adopted by television. In 1996, the successful and influential American chat show host Oprah Winfrey started up Oprah's Book Club. The books she reviewed and discussed in her programs were immediately picked up and discussed by private book groups across the country, and soon the world, and more often than not, reached bestseller status. Exercises 5 through 6. When we give our undivided attention to whatever it is we're doing, we gather clues that allow us to anticipate things before they happen. When we notice occasional irregular brake lights from a car in front of us, that prepares us to think that sooner or later, this driver is going to lock up those brakes and trigger the usual cascade of skid marks and curse words. A child teetering by the edge of a pool gives us a clue about where they might be a minute from now if they suddenly drop out of sight. But while we're switching our attention between tasks, we don't see some of these little details, and we lose the clues that they offer. And without them, when trouble pops up in front of us, it often seems like the unexpected came out of nowhere. When we switch our attention between two things, we're not just short on information. We too often end up short on time to react. Is a confused driver really going to wait until we're finished with our text to slam on his brakes? When we look up, chances are that disaster is already going to be in progress. In time-critical situations, our attempts to pay attention to more than one thing at once often leaves us at the limits of what we call biological time, that minimum amount of time that a human brain needs to mentally sort out a situation and set limbs in motion. But there are even more problems with trying to switch our attention back and forth between two tasks. When we look away from one task, like a phone, and back to the other task, like driving, we assume that we're back and our attention is now fully directed at the out-the-window scene. Unfortunately, it isn't. It seems that there is a sort of hangover effect when we switch between tasks. That is, returning our attention to a task isn't instant. It takes us a while to get going again. Exercise 7. From the 17th century to the beginning of the 20th century, most people in Western society considered that ill health was something that just happened to someone, and that there was very little that could be done in terms of protecting against it. Once they were ill, it was argued, people simply expected to seek medical care in order to be cured. Unfortunately, medicine was not always able to help them. In fact, the leading causes of death during this period were the acute, i.e., sudden onset, infectious diseases such as influenza, pneumonia, and tuberculosis. Once contracted, the duration of such illnesses was relatively short. A person either died or got well within a matter of weeks. People also felt little responsibility for contracting these illnesses because they believed that it was impossible to avoid them. Some believed that their illness was the work of evil forces or divine intervention. Exercise 8. In the absence of public policy to reduce pollution, markets will overproduce goods or services associated with pollution because the producer does not pay the full cost of its inputs. If the factory owner doesn't need to pay for the costs of the carbon dioxide added to the atmosphere from burning coal, then he will make decisions about how much coal to burn relying on an artificially low coal price. The price is artificially low because it does not reflect the damages from the carbon dioxide emissions flowing from the factory's smokestack. If the price reflected the true social cost of burning coal, then the factory would likely burn less coal. Time and again, coal has proven to be an affordable energy source that keeps energy prices down while being resistant to the swings of volatile energy markets. The higher price of coal provides the right incentive to factory managers to fine-tune their equipment to reduce energy consumption, buy more energy-efficient machines, and otherwise cut down on its coal consumption. Exercise 9. It is important that you recognize the motivational characteristics associated with failure-avoiding athletes so you do not misdiagnose their motivational problems. On the surface, failure-avoiding athletes appear not to care, but in reality, they care deeply. It's not that they lack motivation, they are just motivated differently, hoping to avoid failure rather than striving for success. Some coaches try to motivate failure avoiders by arranging success experiences, figuring that consistent success should help these athletes develop the qualities of success seekers. However, they often find that failure avoiders reject success. Rather than internalizing success, failure avoiders discount good performances, believing that they got lucky or their opponent was having an off day, or some other external explanation. As a result, success does not provide them with positive feelings of accomplishment, nor does it raise their confidence in their ability to succeed again in the future. Thus, success has little impact on their confidence or motivation because they discount it. Exercise 10. One of the oldest examples of early democracy comes from ancient Mesopotamia during the 3rd and 2nd millennia BCE. In 1943, a Danish Assyriologist named Thorkild Jacobsen asserted that governance by assemblies was common in Mesopotamia before centralizing rulers destroyed this pattern. Jacobsen had no direct evidence to back up this claim, so he referred to the Epic of Gilgamesh, in which a discussion took place between King Gilgamesh and a council of elders. It is said that Gilgamesh sought popular support in a conflict with King Aga of Kish. To obtain this support, he made a case to the elders of the city of Uruk, who then considered this question in their assembly. They agreed to provide their support, and of Gilgamesh we are told that he rejoiced and his liver was made bright. Even if there wasn't a popular referendum on resistance against Kish, the situation described here is considerably more democratic than if Gilgamesh had tried to rule by fear and force. The big problem is that we do not know whether things actually happened this way. Gilgamesh himself may have not even existed. Exercises 11 through 12. Across most of history, the magnitude of the importance humans attached to what they saw in the skies was fully matched by the magnitude of their ignorance about the real character of what they were seeing and about the actual lines of influence sky patterns exerted upon their affairs. How this ignorance came to be dispelled by the accumulation of accurate scientific knowledge is the story of modern astronomy. Early modern revolutions in knowledge about the heavens played a pivotal role in the emergence of science-based technological civilization. And for astronomy, as with so many domains of human life, the rise of this civilization has been revolutionary. Among the modern natural sciences, astronomy has no rival in terms of the magnitude or ultimate significance of its discoveries. Over the past several centuries, and accelerating across the 20th, Modern astronomy has produced a cascade of extraordinary discoveries that have utterly transformed human understanding of the universe and the place of the Earth in it. What sets modern astronomy apart from its predecessors is surely not the mental ability of its practitioners, but rather the capabilities of its instruments. Starting with a small homemade telescope that Galileo first pointed into the sky and extending to contemporary telescopes that are the size of large buildings, the possibilities and pace of astronomical scientific advance have been tightly coupled with advances in instrumentation made possible by modern technology.
Week 4, Unit 7. Exercise 1. Data science is one of the fastest-growing disciplines at the university level. We see more job postings that require training in data science, more academic appointments in the field, and more courses offered, both online and in traditional settings. It could be argued that data science is nothing novel, but just statistics through a different lens. What matters is that we are living in an era in which the kind of problems that could be solved using data are driving a huge wave of innovations in various industries, from healthcare to education and from finance to policymaking. More importantly, data and data analysis are playing an increasingly large role in our day-to-day life, including in our democracy. Thus, knowing the basics of data and data analysis has become a fundamental skill that everyone needs, even if they do not want to pursue a degree in computer science, statistics, or data science. Recognizing this, many educational institutions have started developing and offering not just degrees and majors in the field, but also minors and certificates in data science that are geared toward students who may not become data scientists but could still benefit from data literacy skills. Exercise 2. Birdwatchers who start young are blessed with a recurrent source of joy that may last all their days. These bird lovers, as youths, got to train their brain while it was still fresh and efficient at data storage and retrieval, making the intricacies of identifying birds by sight and sound almost second nature. Others start the hobby in college with a course in ornithology, and still others do not begin until retirement, perhaps at the urging of a neighbor, a family member, or a friend. Today, the United States has an astonishing 45 million birdwatchers. Most of them simply enjoy looking at birds in their yard, but 16 million travel to go birding. Bird hunters learn the types of game birds, not because they are in love with these beautiful birds, but because they want to make sure they are meeting all regulations on hunting. These bird lovers spend some $76 billion annually on their hobby, the same amount spent each year on fishing and hunting. Birding is big business and part of the fabric of our national recreational lifestyle. Exercise 3. Brown fat is a fundamental tissue in mammals that in the past was mostly understood as something that rodents used to help heat themselves during hibernation. The spongy, fatty tissue looks a lot like ordinary white fat that most mammals use to store excess caloric energy. But while white fat can serve as an insulator, brown fat can actively burn white fat to generate body heat. It's a mammalian tissue whose purpose is to make heat, or, in scientific terms, thermogenesis. In humans, however, brown fat was only considered important in newborns. The very first challenge that a human faces once it is born is the constant fight to keep a stable body temperature. Babies lose heat much faster than adults through their body surface. Unlike adults who can rapidly increase their core temperature through shivering, infants lack significant musculature and can't shiver themselves warm. Instead, they are usually born with a layer of chubby rolls of insulating white fat. When their core temperature begins to drop, brown fat turns on, sucks white fat from their system under the right circumstances, and releases heat energy. Exercise 4. The world has witnessed 3 distinct ages so far: the agrarian age, the industrial age, and now the information age. Globalization, rapid technological change, and the importance of knowledge in gaining and sustaining competitive advantage characterize this information age. Traditionally, economists have seen capital, labor, and natural resources as the essential ingredients for economic enterprise. In recent years, it has been noticed that the new economy of the 21st century is increasingly based on knowledge with information, innovation, creativity, and intellectual capitalism as its essential ingredients. The shift to a knowledge-based economy results largely from developments in information and communications technologies. The facility to communicate information instantaneously across the globe has changed the nature of competition. A company's knowledge assets are inherent in the creativity of its knowledge workers, combined with technological and market know-how. Information can now be delivered with such speed that companies must develop their knowledge assets to solve competitive problems. Exercises 5 and 6. There is an abundance of evidence that residents of communities with high crime and congested traffic and air pollution do not exercise as much for fear of being outside. When we are speaking of low socioeconomic communities, there may be another factor with negative impact: a lack of amenities that promote exercise, such as parks, bike paths, and community recreation centers. In addition, low socioeconomic communities may not have large supermarkets that sell healthy foods, thereby requiring residents to travel outside the community for healthy food choices. That necessitates time and travel costs not experienced by residents of wealthier communities. These are but a few examples of the barriers to health and wellness encountered by some of your fellow citizens. It would appear that there is not much any one of us can do to change this state of affairs. However, local leaders can be lobbied to create healthier communities. For example, during budget hearings, a group of residents can argue for a bike path to be built, or for leaders to negotiate with a large supermarket chain to open a store in the neighborhood, possibly offering them tax incentives to do so, or for making vans available at no cost to residents to transport those who need medical care to local clinics or hospitals. If you believe you have no control over factors that seem beyond your control, you will actually have no influence. If you refuse to accept this premise, you can be a contributor to the health of the community in which you live. Exercise 7. The beauty ideal is changing. Beauty is becoming more important, and as it does, so the beauty ideal is transforming into an ethical ideal. That appearance matters in a visual and virtual culture should not be surprising, yet the extent to which beauty matters defines meaning and identity, constructs the self, structures daily practices, and against which individuals are valued, or not, is well recognized. Too often beauty is dismissed as trivial fluff, changeable fashion, not a serious subject for academic, especially philosophical, study, nor, it is implied, is beauty something that serious people should take seriously. Whatever else beauty may be, it is serious stuff. It profoundly shapes our shared culture and individual practice, and is increasingly a dominant ethical ideal. Beauty matters to individuals as they navigate their lives. It matters because it makes lives go better or worse. It matters because it is something that very many of us spend time and money striving for. Exercise 8. Most of the world's industrialized countries are joined by treaty in something known as the Paris Convention. Essentially, this treaty gives you the right, after filing in a member country, such as the United States, to file in another member country within 1 year, using the date of the original filing. For instance, let's say you applied for a patent in the United States. In the meantime, 6 months later, a French manufacturer learns of your product and decides to apply for a French patent. Subsequently, within the year of your U.S. filing, you also file for a French patent. Because both countries are signatories of the Paris Convention Treaty, your application would take precedence over that of the French manufacturer. Thus, obtaining a foreign patent involves a long, expensive, complicated process, so you shouldn't attempt it at all unless your product idea has global significance. Conversely, if you never file outside the United States, the French manufacturer can copy your product and sell it at will throughout the rest of the world. Exercise 9. What does it mean for art to speak a truth? The concept of truth in art is subjective. It can mean many and different things to each viewer. Does it mean true to nature, true to human experience, true to materials? The answer is yes to all of these and more. Art can be used to replicate nature or reality in the finest detail. Renaissance painters came up with techniques and devices to create a convincing illusion of three-dimensionality on two-dimensional surfaces. Artists throughout history have used their rendering skills to trick the eye into perceiving truth in imitation. Sometimes the tales of their virtuosic exploits survive the work, as in anecdotes recorded on the subject of the ancient Greek painter Apelles. In one such story, we are told that the artist, fearful that other painters might be judged more superior at realistic representation, demanded that real horses be brought before paintings of horses that were entered into a competition. When the horses began to neigh in front of Apelles' work, he received the recognition he deserved. Exercise 10. The great 20th century evolutionary biologist Theodosius Dobzhansky wrote that nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. All the sizes, shapes, chemistries, and genes of organisms alive today derive from ancestors that can be traced back over billions of years. All of these features have been shaped by the environmental challenges faced by these organisms and their ancestors. If it were not the case that humans share an ancestor with every other species on the planet, there would be no value in performing any form of comparative analysis. There would be nothing that the Escherichia coli bacterium, brewer's yeast, fruit fly, nematode worm, zebrafish, mouse, or chimpanzee could tell us about ourselves. None of these species is our ancestor. They are our cousins, equally distant in time from our common ancestor. It is our shared evolutionary heritage with these species that makes them such powerful model organisms. Exercises 11 and 12. The pay-as-you-throw system, also known as unit pricing or variable pricing, is an economic instrument that tries to regulate the amount of waste generated by introducing marginal costs to the citizen. The idea behind this system is that you pay for your waste fee in correlation to how much waste you actually generate. With the pay-as-you-throw system, you can pay either by the size of the bin you choose to meet your needs or by the weight of the waste. By linking the costs to the amount of waste in this way, you make it more apparent for the citizen that there is a cost connected to throwing away waste. The goal with the system is that the extra cost should work as a motivation factor for the waste generator to decrease the amount of generated waste. This could, for example, be achieved through increased recycling, since collection of recyclables usually is free of charge. The pay-as-you-throw system may have a baseline fee for subscribing to the service and a variable fee linked to the amount of waste, for example, as weighed when collected. The pay-as-you-throw system is considered to be a more fair system, as each citizen only pays for one's own use of the system, compared to the flat-rate system, where some citizens that have a low waste generation rate are subsidizing the citizens who have a high generation rate.
Week 4, Unit 8, Exercise 1. Hormones are natural chemicals produced in the thyroid, ovaries, and other glands. Carried in the bloodstream to target tissues, each hormone exerts effects specific to the hormone. As one illustration, estrogen produced in the ovaries is transported to responsive tissues, where it stimulates and maintains changes that make an animal female. At natural levels, estrogens and other hormones exert actions vital to an animal's well-being. The estrogen hormone reacts with a specific receptor molecule in its target tissue, and the hormone receptor complex draws a response. Only a tiny dose of a hormone is needed to react with the receptor, although, up to a point, the response increases as the dose increases. However, if the dose continues to rise, negative feedback comes into play, and this can turn off the hormone's effect. So what will happen if an environmental hormone, pollutant, can mimic a hormone? Fortunately, a pollutant is a very weak hormone compared with the real one. Nonetheless, wildlife is often directly exposed to such pollutants, and sometimes serious effects are seen. Exercise 2. There may be groups in society who have been traumatized by their recent history, or feel culturally insecure, or are under particular threat. We may then need to give them rights not available to the majority in order to reassure them, promote social harmony, and foster a common sense of belonging. Born in the trauma of the partition of the country and the enormous intercommunal violence that accompanied it, the Constitution of India wisely decided to grant its minorities several additional rights. In Canada and the USA, Indigenous peoples enjoy negative and positive rights required to protect their ways of life that are not available to others. The Indigenous peoples of Australia are great storytellers, passing on their cultures through songs, stories, paintings, and dance. Some countries such as Australia, Canada, and India place a high value on cultural diversity and give extra resources and rights to their cultural minorities to help them flourish and contribute towards the creation of a rich and plural society. In these and other cases, minorities are clearly favored and in some respects even privileged, but that is justified if it is in the larger interest of society. Exercise 3. One of the significant facts of human warfare in so-called primitive cultures is its highly ritualized character. Early 20th century anthropological studies of indigenous peoples contain a lot of descriptions and generally praiseworthy claims about the civility of their warfare. Roy Rappaport's Pigs for the Ancestors is a study of the ritual and ceremonial life of Sembaga people of the western highlands of Papua New Guinea. Traditionally, the Sembaga are pig herders, and an important part of their ritual life is holding cyclical festivals in response to ecological dynamics associated with the pig population. When the pig population grows too large and threatens the yam crops, a festival is called to cull the herd. The festival period is also a declared time for engaging in warfare, the principal aim of which is to deal with grievances and conflicts that have built up in the time between festivals, and to calm the spirits of ancestors. Rappaport distinguishes between minor and major episodes of war-making. Minor war among the Sembaga, though potentially deadly, is so highly stylized. The arrows used are not even fletched, that casualties are rare. Exercise 4. The organic food market in the United States has been one of the fastest growing sectors in U.S. agriculture over the past decade. This has been recognized as a lucrative market where businesses, including large corporations, can do well financially while also doing good for the environment. The majority of organic products in the United States reach the mouths of consumers in much the same way as their non-organic counterparts, through highly centralized production, processing, and distribution facilities. In some instances, organic farms of today more resemble industrial agricultural operations than they do diversified farms, which attempt to balance economic and ethical considerations. Nevertheless, a shift to organic management regimes by definition means a prohibition on the use of chemicals that have historically been overused and misused in industrial agricultural production, resulting in pollution of land, water, and air. Further, chemical residues impact not only the physical environment, but also the biological environment, including the resultant human health impacts. Exercises 5 through 6. Self-disclosure by the professional can be advantageous in some contexts. For example, appropriate teacher disclosures have benefits in the classroom. When teachers use positive disclosures that are directly linked to the lesson material, These are well received by students and increase motivation, engagement, and learning. In terms of valence, it can be acceptable for instructors to reveal some negative experiences. For example, a sports teacher may detail an instance of having played badly and lost a game, or an art teacher may describe the production of a painting that did not turn out as well as expected. Teacher disclosures that are mildly negative can have a number of advantages. They underlie the fact that no one is perfect or flawless, but that we learn from our mistakes. They show a human side to the teacher, and this, in turn, can facilitate student liking and engagement. And if teachers only use positive disclosures, they may be perceived as narcissistic, and students may feel inferior. However, teachers should avoid using too many negative disclosures. They should also definitely refrain from revealing deeply negative details, such as having stolen, told lies, or cheated in examinations, as these have an adverse impact on students. Thus, some studies showed that while instructors made self-disclosures about their personal histories, families, and everyday activities, they did not reveal information on personal matters, such as salary, or information that could damage their credibility or lead to negative evaluations. Exercise 7. It is a common experience among keyboard players, in particular, that page turners do not turn early enough. I have on several occasions agreed in advance with a page turner that a head nod would signal the turn, only to find in performance that the nod was ignored. "I couldn't believe that you wanted me to turn so soon," is a typical post-mortem remark. This experience alone is enough to tell the experienced performer that he reads further ahead than does the average page turner. A similar thing occurs in choirs, where a good and a less good reader are sharing the same copy. If the poor reader is controlling the copy, he will invariably turn later than is comfortable for the good reader. Nonetheless, when one asks musicians to estimate how far ahead they customarily read, they usually have only the vaguest of ideas. Exercise 8. People's perceptions of their position in wealth and income distributions are often inaccurate. Those who have a little tend to overestimate their position, and people who have a lot tend to underestimate it. There is a general tendency to underreport wages in survey questionnaires, though, and this is further affected by how satisfied people are with their wages. No business which depends for existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue. Using a sample of workers from France, researchers compared how much employers said that the employees earned each month with how much the employees themselves said that they earned. Those who were less satisfied with their wages, the majority of people, tended to underreport the figure, but those who were more satisfied with their wages tended to overreport them. Exercise 9. Humor may serve a leader's need to maintain face as well as to assist in saving a subordinate's face. By analyzing recorded workplace interactions at business meetings, Holmes and Mera found indicators for both. When two advisors compared their written evaluations, the more senior and experienced advisor commented on the written evaluation of his junior colleague by saying, "And apart from that, I've just got what you've got, but in a lot fewer words." This comment was followed by laughter from both sides. Here, the senior colleague conveyed a clear message that the report by his junior colleague was too wordy, but lessened its negative impact through the use of humor, which also serves the subordinate's face needs. Humor also serves a leader's need for a dignified profile when he or she makes an error. In another incident, a document which was produced by a leader contained an error, which elicited a humorous comment by the leader. "I find it really hard being perfect at everything." Exercise 10. We are now living in an age where traditional religious values and commitments are being called into question. Many people today have rejected all traditional religious frameworks, characterizing themselves as secular or spiritual but not religious. This is not to say that they have figured out how to live entirely without value frameworks. If we take a step back, we will observe that even the most atheistic secular humanist is still committed to some very abstract metaphysical framework, revolving around such values as a respect for human dignity and freedom, individualism and equal rights, and rationality as the preferred means for guiding public policy. Looked at this way, secular humanism functions very much like a traditional religion. It gives its followers a set of sacred values that allows them to make distinctions between right and wrong, good and bad, as well as the motivation to punish or avoid those who do not live up to those values. Exercises 11 through 12. Musical innovation happens from the bottom up and the outside in, rather than vice versa. Those with power and authority usually oppose these musical innovations, but with time, whether through co-optation or transformation, the innovations become mainstream, and then the cycle begins again. The authority figures who impose their preferred meanings on our messy music have changed over the centuries. In the past, they might have been kings or prophets or esteemed philosophers. In the current day, they can often seem nameless and faceless, at least from the perspective of most music fans. For example, the marketing department for the local symphony, designers of school curricula, or judges at music competitions. But in every case, the tools they employ to prevent the sudden invasion of disruptive new ways of music making follow a predictable path, starting with exclusion, if not outright censorship, and when that fails, as it so often does, shifting to more deceptive methods of containment and repurposing. Upholders of the status quo really have no choice except to push back. The songs of outsiders and the underclass have always posed a threat, and thus must be purified or reinterpreted. The power of music, whether to put listeners into a trance or excite them to action, has always been feared, and thus must be regulated. And the narratives that chronicle and define our musical lives are inevitably written and rewritten in recognition of these vital rules.
Week 5, Unit 9. Exercise 1. Clothes have always been carriers of meaning and key resources for identity work, but their role as resources for identity work varies across age lines. Whereas the older women typically make fewer excursions to the shops and have in mind aims and objectives when they do and do not enjoy being distracted, younger women are more likely to view shopping as a leisure time pursuit, more likely to visit a shop with no specific purchase in mind. The clothing purchases of older women are more likely to be linked to specific needs, professional and social, or to their household budgets. For these women, identity will be further removed than for younger women from how they look and its significance. It will be linked to matters such as professional standing, children, social roles, and obligations. By contrast, younger women purchase things that help them expand their self-perceived identities and images. Entities far more complex than clothes are being tried on in the changing rooms, where a dress becomes something that fits or may be grown into in a symbolic as well as a physical sense. Exercise 2. Songwriting can be a useful way to reflect verbally and musically on emotional topics in depth. The popularity of songs among adolescents and the structure songs provide make it easy for young people to relate to this idea. There are many approaches to therapeutic songwriting that offer structure without becoming inflexible. In the first step, the therapist and adolescent talk about possible topics and ideas, and then decide on one. As they have already worked on emotions and emotional events in earlier therapy sessions, there is material available for development through this new intervention. Different possibilities are available for writing lyrics, such as using pre-composed lyrics or inventing new ones while playing and chatting. Sometimes adolescents bring prepared material based on poetry they have written at home or have created as schoolwork. Similarly, the music may be either based on melodies they already know or invented while improvising. The accompaniment is usually provided by the therapist, who follows the instructions of the adolescents concerning musical parameters. Exercise 3. Conditions on the small Galapagos island of Daphne Major during 1976 to 1977 caused a drought that prevented reproduction by most plants. During this period, the resident population of medium ground finches rapidly depleted available seeds from the environment, and many individuals starved to death, resulting in a population size decrease of about 85%. The depletion of seeds was non-random, because all the finches can consume small, soft seeds, whereas only finches with large beaks can consume large, hard seeds. As the drought progressed, the seed distribution, therefore, became increasingly biased toward larger, harder seeds, and the mortality of the finches became size-selective. Birds with larger beaks were more likely to survive, resulting in directional selection for larger beaks. When the rains commenced in 1978, the finches that had survived to breed were those whose beaks were larger, on average, than the population before the drought. Beak size is highly heritable, and hence the generation of birds produced after the drought had larger beak sizes than the generation of birds produced before the drought. A depletion of seeds after a climatic change on the island of Daphne Major caused directional selection in finches, whose physical trait was the determining factor for their survival and reproduction. Exercise 4. Actor Peter Sellers left the filming of the James Bond film Casino Royale after a fight with the studio head. Despite playing the lead character, Edward Norton, after quarreling with Marvel Studios over how the story of the Incredible Hulk should be told on screen, embarked on a month-long trip to Africa, rather than participating in the promotion of the film. And numerous artists have released music tracks that make it more or less clear to their listeners that the songs exist only for contractual reasons. An underlying theme in such conflicts is that the creatives felt that their artistic integrity and/or freedom was threatened. And make no mistake about how deeply artists care about their work, about the originality of the ideas and compositions, the technical skills and their execution, and the financial achievement that finally results from the creative act. Often the creatives are driven by a desire for the art itself, rather than any economic interest. Their reward is derived from the aesthetic or cultural value of the product. Exercises 5 through 7. A long time ago there lived a trader. He owned 5 camels, which he used to carry goods to far-off cities for trading purposes. One day the trader was returning to his hometown after making some important business deals. As it was late, he decided to spend the night at an inn. "I must tie the camels to this tree outside the inn," he thought. As he did not have much rope, he could tie only 4 camels. "What will I do now?" the trader cried. Finally, he decided to enter the inn and request the owner for some help. "What's the matter?" a fakir sitting outside the entrance asked. The trader replied, "I have managed to tie 4 out of 5 camels to the tree, but I am short of rope for the 5th one." "Ha, ha, ha," the fakir laughed. "So what will you do now?" he asked. "I will talk to the owner of this inn. He may provide me with some rope," the trader replied. The fakir said, "There's no need to meet the owner. Go and tie the camel to the tree." "But how?" he asked. "Just as you tied the other 4 camels," the fakir said. "But what about the rope?" he inquired. "You don't need a rope. Use an imaginary rope and tie the camel just as you do daily," the fakir suggested. The trader did as he had instructed. The trader acted as if there were a rope in his hand and pretended to tie a knot around the camel's neck. Then he pretended to tie the camel to the tree. He was surprised to see the camel obeying him. "Thank God," the trader said happily, and went inside the inn. Next morning, he went to the tree and untied all the camels except the fifth one, which was tied with an imaginary rope. All camels walked out of the compound except the fifth one. The trader gave signals to the camel to move, but it didn't adhere to his instructions. The trader tried his best to move the camel from its place, but the camel didn't move an inch. At last the trader lost his cool. He shouted, "You fool! Why don't you just get up and go?" "What's the matter?" the fakir asked. "It is not ready to leave this place," the trader replied. "Don't you remember? You tied it to the tree with an imaginary rope," the fakir said. "So?" the trader asked. "You were worried about tying the camel. Did it leave you?" the fakir asked. "No, but you know that I have used an imaginary rope to tie it. It was just an act," the trader explained. "So try and act again. Pretend to untie the rope and see the camel leaving the place," the fakir said. The trader did as directed, and the camel got up and started moving around. After watching that, the fakir left the place. Exercise 8. The idea that writing expresses and shares meaning to be reconstructed by the reader can be troublesome because there is a tension between the expression of meaning and the sharing of it. Often we view our expressions as deeply personal, arising from inmost impulses. We may not be sure others will respond well to our thoughts or will evaluate us and our words favorably. Therefore, every expression shared contains risk and can evoke anxiety. Writers often hesitate to share what they have expressed and may even keep private texts they consider most meaningful. Further, writers may resist the idea that their texts convey to readers something different than what the writers intended. Feedback from readers indicating that the writer's works do not convey all the writer hoped is not always welcomed. Exercise 9. After puberty, melatonin starts to be produced later at night, which is why many teenagers don't feel sleepy until much later in the evening. It is also the reason why they struggle to get up in the morning, unlike younger children who are super alert early in the morning and ready to sleep early in the evening. Forcing teenagers to go to school early in the morning, when according to their body clock they should still be asleep, is depriving them of sleep, and we know that sleep deprivation inhibits learning and lowers mood. Being forced to wake up early each morning during the week also results in what is called social jet lag, as teenagers catch up on sleep at weekends, often sleeping until past midday. This is like going to a different time zone every weekend, and is probably as disorientating as jet lag. Many researchers have suggested, therefore, that school start times should be later for teenagers to be more in line with their circadian rhythms. This might both improve learning and motivation and result in happier individuals. Exercise 10. Although it might seem commonsensical today to say that energy plays a central role within the economy, most economists do not include energy in their models of economic growth. According to some economists, raw materials, including energy, played virtually no determining role in the development of the economy. We can take as an important example Robert Solow, who claimed in 1974 that actually the economy can progress without natural resources. Growth depended and continues to depend on knowledge, technical progress, and capital. The contribution of natural resources to past and present growth has been almost non-existent. In their view, the supply of energy and resources has always simply followed the demand generated by new forms of knowledge and techniques and has never played a constraining role in the economy. The implication is that energy resources have never exercised any significant restraint on growth or shaped its course. Equally and quite optimistically, this implies that future energy transitions, whether necessitated by the imperative to mitigate climate change and pollution, or combat rising relative prices of fossil fuels are unlikely to impose major costs on the economy. According to some economists, the effect of energy and natural resources on economic growth has been insignificant, which suggests that future energy transitions would not have much of an adverse effect on the economy. Exercise 11. In the 1930s, in the midst of the Great Depression, the U.S. government introduced the Agricultural Adjustment Acts to redress the overproduction in agriculture and raise farm incomes. The mechanisms for doing so included providing price supports for agricultural products and controlling production by having farmers commit to not exceeding acreage limits. In their thorough analysis of these policies, Winders and Nybert conclude that while these acts were successful in improving farm incomes, they stimulated further production instead of controlling it. This unintended consequence occurred because the policies limited the amount of acreage that could be used for production, but not the amount of the product that they could produce. Farmers therefore intensified production on the amount of land they were able to use, so that they could capitalize on the artificially inflated price of what they produced. The strategy was to produce more animals on less land. These policies therefore further accelerated industrialization in the industry. Exercises 12 through 14. I started kindergarten the year our family settled in Clear Lake, and speaking only Spanish, I faced a world totally unfamiliar to me. My mother also only spoke Spanish, which made it difficult for the teachers and administration to discuss my learning needs with her. I was passed from grade to grade, not really learning anything. By the time I finished third grade, I still did not have a grasp of the English language. I reluctantly began fourth grade, when I was introduced to Miss Olson. She had little time during class for individual attention, as she had a classroom of students who also needed to learn, but she saw something in me. She came to our house to speak with my mother, to ask if I could stay after school to work on my English and schoolwork. I still do not understand how that conversation took place, as my mother did not speak English and Miss Olson did not speak Spanish. But Miss Olson had so much patience that my mother must have understood the meaning, or perhaps the sincerity, behind her words. When I worked hard, Miss Olson rewarded me with a friendly smile and a gentle touch. My alone time with her made me feel important. She made me feel like I was on equal footing with the other students, and that I could be successful in school. At home, my mother quizzed me with spelling words and helped me in math. Mother would often read, to the best of her ability, the questions I wrote for her to ask. As busy as she was, she never said no when I asked for help. Thanks to my mother and Miss Olson, I had learned enough English to be able to participate in a spelling bee, and I won. I won a beanie hat, something that wouldn't mean much today, but was priceless to me at the time. Naturally, Miss Olson was pleased with my progress and proud of my accomplishments. Miss Olson taught me the importance of hard work. She helped me believe in myself and helped me focus on the task at hand. She taught me that every teacher has the opportunity to make a huge difference in a student's life.
Week 5, Unit 10, Exercise 1. It is understood that the global warming problem has been felt in daily life with water cuts, decreases of dam water levels, and the loss of agricultural production due to drought. Images of cracking soil becoming desert and emotional glacier scenes with polar bears and penguins are used to express the problem. These themes are used in ads to advertise products. A feeling is aroused in viewers that they can help starving polar bears unable to hibernate by consuming more, buying more, and thus preventing global warming. These ads with environmental themes can sometimes prevent the stimulation of people truly acting to correct environmental problems, and they suggest, instead, that the only way for people to express their sensitivity for these problems is through more consumption. In a capitalist system, it is obvious that companies whose aim is to make profit will not consider the environment as a field of responsibility. The understanding of first economy, then ecology, as remarked by former President of the United States, George W. Bush, forms the basis of green advertising. Advertising is essentially an economic phenomenon. However, it may seem to project much social responsibility. Exercise 2. Investments in the future are typically a difficult sell for businesses that are under pressure to make their numbers today. It can be an even greater challenge when economic times are tough. A few brave and flexible companies manage to take advantage of economic hardship to expand their market share, but most companies hunker down. Andrew Rozegi of the Kellogg School of Management notes that some forms of unmet customer needs are easier to discern during a period when customers are thinking harder about their spending. New value propositions can keep your company relevant in people's lives when they are otherwise scaling back. Moreover, in the volatile industry of telecommunications equipment, Cisco Systems CEO John Chambers directs his management to prepare for the upturn during hard times. If you wait to build growth paths until times are good, you'll find yourself behind those companies that took a consistent, disciplined approach to long-term growth. Exercise 3. Imagine the hostess pressing the chocolate cake upon you. Some parts of your brain want that glucose, while other parts care about your diet. Some parts look at the short-term gain, other parts at long-term strategy. The battle tips toward your emotions and you decide to dig in, but not without a contract. You'll eat it only if you promise to go to the gym tomorrow. Who's negotiating with whom? Aren't both parties in the negotiation you? Freely made decisions that bind you in the future are what philosophers call a Ulysses contract. As a concrete example, one of the first steps in breaking an alcohol addiction is to ensure, during sober reflection, that there is no alcohol in the house. The temptation will simply be too great after a stressful workday or on a festive Saturday or a lonely Sunday. People make Ulysses contracts all the time, and this explains the immediate and lasting success of Merkel Landis's Christmas Club. When people handed over their capital in April, they were acting with a wary eye toward their October selves, who they knew would be tempted to blow the money on something selfish instead of deferring to their generous, gift-giving December selves. Exercise 4. Some ethicists think the motive of duty involves an obsession with abstract morality, a kind of fetishizing that amounts to a vice. Imagine, for example, that Michael visits a friend in the hospital ultimately because he just wants to do the right thing. Michael exhibits moral integrity, but wouldn't it be more appropriate, more virtuous, to just be motivated ultimately by a concern for his friend's well-being, i.e. altruism? Or consider patients with scrupulosity, a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder that commonly involves an excessive concern with doing the right thing. Suppose Bridget's anxiety about violating moral rules leads her to have an overwhelming concern to make sure she's not accidentally poisoning her customers' food. That's considerate. But isn't the concern to be moral leading to a problematic motivation for preparing safe food? Shouldn't she just be motivated by a concern for others' well-being rather than obsessing over avoiding immorality? Such examples may suggest that the motive of duty alienates us from the personal attachments that often provide us with moral obligations in the first place. Exercises 5 through 7. It was early Saturday morning, February 10th, 1906, when Joseph and his brother Asa started their journey from Heflin to Wedoe, more than 30 miles away. Joseph had very carefully packed his best clothes in a small black suitcase that his stepmother had brought to their home more than 8 years earlier. This was a happy day for Joseph, because he was going for his bride, Narcissus. Daybreak was on the horizon as they mounted their horses. They knew it would take most of the day to travel the 30 or more miles from Heflin to Wedowee on horseback. They were aware of that because of the rough terrain and the mountains. Not only the twisted trails, but also wild animals and the winter icy cold would make it hard and long to get from Heflin to Wedowee on horseback. However, fear did not enter Joseph's mind today. All his thoughts were of the beautiful girl he had met only 6 months earlier at the choir they both had attended at Mount Moriah Baptist Church. He smiled as he remembered how he thought he heard angels singing. With a chuckle, he said it was no angel. It was Narcissus. He added Narcissus had then, and still does, have the most beautiful voice. The thought of this beautiful girl saying yes to Joseph when he asked her to marry him made the long journey a warm and happy time, despite the problems they had going over the mountains. There was once a time that a mountain lion scared Asa's horse. Asa fell off his horse and tumbled down a deep ravine. He climbed back up the mountain. He took the reins of his horse and told Joseph that he was going back home. Joseph pleaded with him to stay with him for the rest of their journey. He said, "We can protect each other, and we are over halfway. And what else can happen?" Little did Joseph know that the mountain lion that had scared Asa's horse was not about to leave them alone. They were almost at the foot of the mountain when they heard the mountain lion scream. They knew that they could not ignore the scream. It was the scream of attack. They both feared for their life, as well as the life of their horses. They knew what they had to do. They had to kill the mountain lion. Joseph said he did not know which one shot first. But he did know that he and Asa both shot. They rode like the wind to get away. Each one was hoping they had shot the mountain lion. They were so scared they did not look back. The rest of the journey was a peaceful one, with no more mountain lions. Exercise 8. Within Europe, bee hunting was especially common in heavily forested regions, such as Western Russia and Hungary, where it was a critical part of the craft of hollow tree beekeeping. Forest beekeepers used various kinds of bee traps to catch one or more bees, have them load up on honey smeared inside the trap, and then release them one at a time, and follow them back to their nest, usually in a hollow tree. The discoverer would carve his ownership mark in the tree's bark, cut a door in the tree's trunk to access the bee's nest cavity, and periodically climb the tree and collect some honeycombs. Bee hunting was also popular in North America, following the introduction of the honeybee from Europe in the early 1600s. North American bee hunters used the same methods for finding wild colonies as had been practiced in Europe for centuries, and they rarely made repeated harvests of the honey from the colonies they found. Instead, they usually felled the trees occupied by the bees, bee trees, and stole all their honeycombs, often killing the colony in the process. Exercise 9. The scope of philanthropy goes far beyond the grant-making of foundations. Despite the eye-popping size of large foundations and the growth in the total number of foundations, the overwhelming majority of total giving, at least in the United States, comes from living donors making charitable contributions. Americans donated more than $390 billion to qualified nonprofit organizations in 2016. Of that total, giving by living individuals accounted for $281 billion, or 72%. Estimates suggest that nearly all Americans donate some amount of money every year. A small donor does not wield the same kind of power as does a big philanthropist. Yet the distribution of small giving in total matters a great deal, fueling the operation of a significant slice of nonprofit organizations. And small donors enjoy the same discretion as a big philanthropist and also benefit from tax incentives for their giving. Any consideration of philanthropy must go beyond the Rockefellers and Gateses of the world and attend to the amount and significance in a democratic society of ordinary charitable giving. Exercise 10. Natural scientists don't spend their time agonizing about their methodology. They believe, with good reason, that the methods they have evolved for understanding physical matter are adequate for discovering the truth. Most economists take the same line. Their world is peopled with human robots, and they aim to establish laws about the behavior of these machine-like creatures. A complete set of laws is not yet to hand, but they will catch up with the natural scientists in the end, perhaps after the neuroscientists have completed their work on the brain. They are loath to admit that the material they study and try to understand does not behave with the law-like regularity of natural phenomena. Humans are uniquely inventive animals. They are aware of who they are, reflect on their experiences, set themselves goals, relate to each other and their environments in complicated ways, puzzle about the morality of their actions, adapt creativity to new situations. By the exercise of their minds and imaginations, they modify the future, their own and the world's. Their games cannot be sussed out. The more secure laws of economics are tendencies at best. Most economists think they can establish laws of human behavior that are similar to laws of nature, established by natural scientists in terms of regularity. But human behavior is variable because of human-specific traits like inventiveness. Exercise 11. One of the most influential and perhaps surprising developments in environmental policy in recent decades is the idea that we can protect the environment from the negative impacts of economic development by making environmental protection itself more economic. The goal is to reduce environmental harm not by preventing it, but by pricing it. Want to build a housing development on a piece of land threaded with streams? With an environmental market in place, you can do that as long as you pay to offset the damage through restoration of comparable streams elsewhere. Or, in an example that may be more familiar, want to keep emitting greenhouse gases? Fine. You just have to buy carbon credits produced by reducing emissions at another site. Starting in the early 1990s, U.S. environmental policy has supplemented command and control regulation with market-based approaches in an attempt to improve conservation outcomes. There are now many environmental markets in the United States and internationally that are intended to improve conservation outcomes for everything, from prairies and streams to woodpeckers and flowering shrubs. Exercises 12 through 14. On an unseasonably warm day in February 2017, Lindsay walked slowly up the wooden broadwalk to her front door. Her mind raced with thoughts, and several emotions competed for her attention as her friend Annie, who was watching Lindsay's kids, greeted her at her front door. "How did the appointment go?" she asked. Weeks of unusual symptoms led Lindsay to that day, and a visit with her physician to discuss a diagnosis. Lindsay leaned her back onto the cool surface of the kitchen counter, while she relayed the details to her friend. The doctor said all my symptoms could be stemming from anxiety and depression. Lindsay hesitantly told her friend. The truth was, she still was grappling with the idea herself. She had convinced herself only a physical illness could be causing the shaky hands, racing heart, lack of appetite, and sleep deprivation. The next sentence was even harder to get past her lips. The doctor prescribed me an antidepressant. Fear, loneliness, and defeat permeated her words. She felt discouraged, anxious, and alone. "Oh, good," Annie exclaimed. Her reaction shocked Lindsay. Lindsay had prepared herself for a pitying look, silence, or a quick change of subject. Her dear friend proceeded to tell her how counseling and medication helped her through some rough patches in her life. While the internet only shared stories of mental health medicine having gone wrong, Annie painted a positive picture of how much treatment had helped her. More important than her testimony of successful medical care was her openness in sharing her struggles with depression. Annie made Lindsay feel understood and known. Fear and shame slid away as Lindsay realized she had friends in this hard place. Lindsay thought that mental health wasn't something people talked openly about in society, leading those living with mental disorders to feel lonely and misunderstood. Annie's courage in sharing her story with her friend had led Lindsay to be open with others about her own challenges. Lindsay hoped she could be the same encouraging and empowering friend to others that Annie had been to her.
Week 6, Unit 11, Exercise 1. If you are unaware of your personality preferences, for example, you have received conflicting results on personality assessments that you've taken more than once, in all likelihood this lack of awareness is occurring because your identity is unintentionally hiding your personality to some degree. Sometime during your growing up years, you probably got the message from someone important to you that it wasn't acceptable to behave, believe, and/or belong in sync with your personality. Or maybe you were taught that the personality preference opposite to yours was superior. Or your family members simply had different personalities than yours, and so you thought that the behaviors, beliefs, and belongings associated with their personalities were the right ones to have. And now, for whatever reason, and perhaps without knowing it, you are living your life in sync with someone else's personality preferences rather than your own. This personality masking probably didn't occur deliberately, but the result is the same. Someone else, not your true self, has determined the path that your life is taking. Exercise 2. Most people will agree that it is wrong to subject another sentient being to pain, distress, frustration, mental suffering, and death. However, most will also agree that there are exceptions to this very general rule. The first one is that we sometimes have to subject someone to suffering to help them, even though we cannot explain this to them. That is typically the situation when we take our family animals and even our small children to the clinic to get them vaccinated. Yet, as it is something that is done to benefit the animal or child in question, very few would find this wrong. The other exception is when the expected end results seem to justify us doing it. Modern warfare notoriously creates collateral damage, civilians hurt or killed by the conflict even though they have nothing to do with it. The justification does not remove the sadness and the tragedy, but many will still find it justified to, under certain conditions, enter into armed conflict to protect democratic societies. Exercise 3. Imagine that a Spanish-speaking tourist is detained at a Canadian airport security checkpoint, for he looks a bit suspicious to the agent, and the agent doesn't speak Spanish. Somehow, a background of common knowledge pervades the scene. A massively fatal airline crash occurred less than a month ago. It happened 1,000 miles away, to be sure, but baggage is examined more thoroughly now than it was a month ago, and no one complains. The Spanish-speaking tourist seems to accept the terms of the drama, for he too is aware of the famous crash under suspicious circumstances. In this way, and in millions of other little episodes enacted in airports around the world, the dramatic force of a remote event is brought to bear on countless lives. In time, this singular event will cease to be a force in the conscious lives of the population, but it will gradually be assimilated into a general understanding about air travel, perhaps making some incremental difference in regulations adopted here and there. Air travelers, conscious of the recent airline crash, would accept the enhanced security measures, and with time the influence of the event would be incorporated in people's lives, bringing additions in regulations. Exercise 4. Across the globe, the demand for sports psychology continues to grow. As teams and individuals constantly strive to find the winning edge, it becomes increasingly likely that a sports psychologist will be involved to help find that edge. However, these powerful market forces can be dangerous, especially when demand has the potential to outstrip supply. In these circumstances, caution must be exercised in both promoting and developing the subject. To many athletes and coaches, professional sports psychologists may already be viewed with a degree of suspicion because of previous negative experiences or stereotypical images. For example, consultants may have failed to deliver the goods which they over-optimistically promised, or have packaged their services in such a way that clients had been turned off. Certainly, sports psychologists have often been regarded with suspicion by the media, at worst characterized as Svengali-like puppet masters who attempt to pull the athlete's strings with one goal in mind, performance enhancement, at whatever price and with little regard to the sensitivities or wishes of the individual or team concerned. Exercises 5 through 7. At 5:30 this morning, George went out to warm up his car. It snowed 6 inches yesterday, and it was 19 degrees out. He waded through the powder in the driveway and tried to open the door. He discovered that the car door was completely frozen shut. In haste, because he was freezing quickly in the wind, he went around and tried the other 3 doors. All of them were sealed tight. This has never happened to him before. After George waded back through the drift and into the warm house, he woke his father up and asked what the trick was to get frozen car doors open. He told him to pour water on them. George asked, "Won't that just glaze them?" And before drifting off to sleep again, his father mumbled, "Pour and pull." So George grabbed a pitcher and filled it with water, thinking, "Pour and pull, pour and pull." Out through the snow to his frozen car he went. Once there, George grabbed the handle and poured the water over the jammed door jamb and pulled. Absolutely nothing happened. And now he had a freshly glazed car. It was quite pretty, actually. It glistened in the distant porch light. He realized that he had splashed water down his front, so now he was glazed as well. He tried pulling the handle with both hands, and in sheer frustration, he tried just staring stupidly at it as well. It wasn't budging. So now George thought that he would have to call in to work for a snow day. He didn't want to do that because he likes going to work, and he likes getting paid for going to work. But he figured his day was blown. He thought maybe he could come out at the top of every hour and try again. Then a new idea dawned on him. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys. He thought this was a good idea. It might just work. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pushed a button on his keychain, and bam! All 4 doors unlocked. Exercise 8. It may seem odd to classify honesty as a form of competitive behavior, but if elected officials believe that they will be punished for scandal, then they may refrain from ethically questionable behavior for the sake of retaining their positions. The idea that politicians will behave honestly to avoid electoral punishment relies on the idea that the electoral consequence of being caught in an act of corruption outweighs the electoral benefit of that corrupt act. They might abuse their positions for personal gain. For example, steering government contracts to businesses in which the official, her friends, or her family hold stock is a clear violation of the public interest for purely personal gain. Other forms of corrupt behavior might be specifically aimed at re-election. If elected officials exchange campaign contributions for policy favors, they do so based on the belief that accepting the contributions will increase their probabilities of being re-elected. Thus, the idea that politicians behave honestly to win elections ignores the fact that sometimes dishonesty can help officials win re-election. Exercise 9. The more you study language strategies, the more impressed you get at what a hugely flexible and variable set of behaviors we have learned. But you also need to remember that it is the social contexts, behaviors, and consequences that are doing all the hard work of making things actually happen, not the words themselves. In the dark alley, you probably have little in the way of social power. no reciprocities or history of resource reciprocity with the person confronting you to make your words actually do something. Your words will fall on deaf ears. Remember that words themselves have no power, just your social contexts of resources and reciprocities. If you noticed that the person was a second cousin of yours, that would be different. You now have historical reciprocities in your social relationships to give more power to your words, to change the person's behavior. But the problem with strangers in a dark alley is that they have no reason to do what you say. Exercise 10. The medicine effect has undoubtedly contributed to our evolutionary success. For example, some of the most bitter-tasting plants in nature not only contain nutrients, they also provide valuable medicines. Thus, in order for humans to tolerate the bitterness of these medicines, they had to adopt ways of learning to overcome, rather to like, the tastes of these plants. By doing so, humans were able to develop a strategy that uses a basic law of effect. A behavior, such as consuming bitter-tasting plants, followed by positive consequences, such as recuperation from illness, will increase the probability of the behavior, and therefore the probability of consuming these medicinal plants again when seeking to recover from illness. This is a simple and very effective biological strategy. Behave in the world to seek positive consequences and avoid negative ones. How does our biology accomplish this? It shifts our preferences, i.e. our liking, toward those things that produce positive consequences, even if that requires liking the bitter taste of medicinal plants. After experiencing the healing properties of some bitter-tasting plants, humans learn to embrace their bitterness, leading to their evolutionary success. Exercise 11. There are several theories about the way the pyramids were built. In recent years, many scholars have dismissed earlier ideas that the pyramids were constructed using slave labor, although some still adhere to that theory. Many of today's Egyptologists, including Dr. Sahi Hawass, formerly the director of excavations at Giza, believe that the pyramids at Giza were built using a crew of about 20,000 to 30,000 men, who were mostly skilled laborers. Hawass and others believe that instead of being forced into service by slavery or through a feudal labor system, people willingly participated in the construction projects. A pharaoh's success in the afterlife was directly related to a worker's own prosperity. Thus, a worker's participation affected his life and afterlife. In that way, scholars view the pyramid building as something more similar to a public works campaign, embedded with religious significance, not as a punitive occupation for dissatisfied slaves. Exercises 12 through 14. There once was a king who was frequently visited by a pious companion. Whenever the companion visited the king, he would say, "Treat the good doer with good, and don't treat the evil doer with evil, for his evil will be sufficient for him." The king was very impressed with this man's wise words. Another man envied the companion for his good relationship with the king, so he devised an evil plan. He went to the king and told him that his companion had been telling everyone that the king had very bad breath. The king asked him how he could prove that. The envious man told the king to watch the companion during his next visit. He said that he would put his hand over his face to keep the smell away. On the day the companion was to pay the king a visit, the envious man invited him over for dinner. He put a lot of garlic in the food. When the companion visited the king, he put his hand over his nose and mouth so the king would not smell the garlic on his breath. The king believed the envious man. He wrote a letter and told the companion to take it to his administrators. The only time the king wrote a letter was when he intended to reward someone. However, on this occasion, he instructed his administrators to send the man who brought them the letter to prison. The companion was on his way to the administrators when the envious man asked what he was holding in his hand. The companion told him it was a letter from the king. The envious man asked him to hand over the letter as payment for the dinner. The companion handed the letter over to him. The envious man went to the administrators, and they put him in jail. The next day the king was surprised to see the companion visiting him as usual. The companion told him that the envious man took the letter away from him as he was delivering it to the administrators. The king asked him if he had been telling people that he had bad breath, and if not, why he had covered his mouth and nose. The companion told him about the garlic-infused food that the envious man served him. The king thought to himself, "Indeed, the evil of the evildoer is sufficient for him."
Week 6, Unit 12, Exercise 1. We must recognize that there are new Englishes, and that English is a rather complex set of varieties of a living language, rather than just a fixed and dead entity like Latin. It also lacks a dominant center. It has more than one center, and people use it to express both national and local identities. In some ways, but only a few, it does resemble Latin in its heyday. However, Latin fragmented. Its center did not hold, and its various speakers, cut off from one another, went their separate ways. The world in which English functions is very different. It is one in which communications, travel, and interpersonal contacts are relatively easy. Mutual intelligibility of the varieties may be threatened on occasion, but it is unlikely to cease. So far as language is concerned, some kind of supra-English identity may triumph over any need to go one's own way with the language in order to assert a local identity. Eventually, there may be a supra-language with mutually intelligible local dialects. Exercise 2. Many people make the mistake of thinking that science just means performing experiments, as though you couldn't get anywhere, at least not anywhere scientifically respectable, without actively manipulating the world in some way. But this is to misunderstand what science is really about. The essence of science is acquiring knowledge through testing hypotheses. Setting up a controlled experiment, in other words, attempting to manipulate the outcome and make things happen when and where you want them to, is certainly one way of demonstrating the accuracy of a hypothesis and its predictions, but it is not the only way. Predictions can also be tested very powerfully by pitting them against future observations as they unfold naturally, with no intervention on anyone's part. For example, astronomers who make precise predictions about the appearance of a comet and specify the year, month, day, and even the exact hour when you will be able to see it have not done, indeed could not do, an experiment. But provided the comet does appear when expected, no one is going to accuse them of being unscientific. Exercise 3. Seeds have been a site of struggle over the entire agro-food chain. Given the inherent reproducibility and variability of seeds, their natural characteristics have provided an opportunity for farmers to improve varieties through selective breeding, while developing their skills in cultivation methods. Capitalist strategies have sought to uncouple seeds from farmers' control, to commoditize natural resources, and thus to make farmers dependent upon a separate supply industry. As a major step in commoditizing nature, breeders developed hybrid seeds that cannot breed true, so that farmers have to buy them anew each season. Citing the supposed benefits of hybrid vigor, U.S. agricultural research prioritized such varieties rather than improving open-pollinated ones. For seeds that could still be bred and improved by farmers, proprietary control was extended by various laws restricting farmers' rights to sell, or even to reproduce, their own grain for seed. Especially in the United States, farmers have also been locked into dependency through other purchased inputs, grain contracts, debt, and other means. In a capitalist society, as seeds have been turned into commodities, farmers have been deprived of the right to seeds. Exercise 4. When it comes to food, our brains did not evolve to think about how eating cheeseburgers, French fries, and soft drinks will, over the years, increase our chances of becoming obese and suffering physical ailments. The tech revolution brings us the internet, smartphones, and social media. But our species did not evolve under conditions in which thinking in terms of possible, vague, distant consequences, such as diminished attention and impaired relationship, would affect survival. Our daily lives are rapidly changing because of advances in technology, and it is likely that it is beyond our capacity to rationally or accurately evaluate the long-term potential effects of technology on our lives. We really have no idea how technology will advance in the coming decades, how we will be using it, or the effects that it will have on us. It's just too complicated, vague, and distant to motivate us to alter our current behavior. In a manner similar to the way in which we avoid tackling global climate change or avoiding junk food, we tend to push any of those concerns to the back burner. They just don't register as relevant threats to our day-to-day well-being. Exercises 5 through 7. My sister Norma has always been a hard worker, earning the title, My Big Girl, from our mother, while I was always labeled Lazy Joan. Norma deserved her title. She went to work part-time when she was barely 12 years old. When I started high school in September 1946, she and I walked to school together each morning. The 45-minute walk to school soon became less fun, as October brought fall rains and cold air down from the north. Mother kept telling me to put on my winter coat. Its sleeves were too short, and the waist of the coat was nearly under my armpits. Norma and I were just 22 months apart in age, and had finally reached equal size, so there were no hand-me-down clothes. Actually, Norma was having the same problem I was, with her coat being too small. Mother kept telling me that she didn't have the money for a new coat, and I kept refusing to wear the little girl's coat to school. I stomped, I pouted, I begged. It didn't do any good. After several punishments, I finally put on the old coat and started out to school. By early November, the snow had started to fall, the north wind swirling it around my bare head as I walked to and from school. Mother was already planning our annual family Thanksgiving dinner. She had just gone over the guest list and menu with me. Then I made the mistake of asking her the wrong question. How is it that you can buy all those groceries to feed everyone, but not buy me a new winter coat? Young lady, it isn't always about you and what you think you need. Mother scolded and promptly sent me to my room for my selfish attitude. Norma came home from work at 11 o'clock that evening. I could hear her voice full of enthusiasm when she said, "I'm home." I could see Norma moving about. I had difficulty breathing. She had on a beautiful new coat. Hot tears stung my eyes. Just then, Mother called to me. "Come and see what Norma has bought with her paycheck." I wiped away the envy tears. She ran into Mother's bedroom and returned with a big box and handed it to me. Inside was the most beautiful coat I had ever seen, the new short A-line style with an attached hood. Exercise 8. The fact that metaphor use is a natural and universal part of human dialogue has occupied philosophers and scholars for centuries, and the question of how metaphors operate and how they relate to language more generally is by no means new. A seminal analysis of this was done by Aristotle hundreds of years before the Common Era, and his writings on the subject still inform the debate to this day. In Aristotle's definition, metaphor consists in giving the thing a name that belongs to something else. He based his argument on the given assumption that a word has a real meaning and that metaphors, amongst other figures of speech, are a modification of the more genuine, conventional sense. This fundamental notion that metaphors are a secondary linguistic function has dominated our view of metaphors ever since. We see language as being basically literal, and metaphors as being a particular development of this literality, a kind of specialist tool suited for artistic purposes, such as poetry or rhetorics. Exercise 9. One of the more subtle positions on the relationship between the conscious mind and the material world is property dualism. Property dualists accept that materialists are correct in supposing there is only one sort of substance, physical substance. But they suppose that material substances can have both physical and mental properties. And they suppose the mental properties are distinct from and cannot be reduced to physical properties. Some suppose, for example, that human brains possess two quite different sorts of properties. Purely physical properties, such as weighing 1.8 kilograms, having two hemispheres, containing neurons, and mental properties, such as experiencing pain, thinking about cheese, remembering Vienna. The latter properties, say the property dualist, are extra properties that exist in addition to all the various physical properties possessed by that brain. Notice that, while the property dualist agrees with the materialist that there is only one sort of substance, material substance, they nevertheless agree with the substance dualist that the facts about our conscious minds are facts over and above all the physical facts about us. Exercise 10. Intelligent technology can help us overcome many cultural and societal obstacles. If we build them correctly, artificially intelligent machines can become mediators and arbiters, providing communal guidance we can rely upon to be impartial. A group of politically neutral programmers have formed a coalition to build a truth machine. 30 of the biggest and most influential tech companies have authored the Digital Geneva Accord, subscribing to a set of principles that commits them to not assist any governments to mount cyber attacks against innocent civilians or enterprises from anywhere. If, and these are significant ifs, we can regulate intelligent technology for algorithmic transparency of intelligent technology and infuse explainability into it, and if we can code our intelligent creations to be aware of our beliefs and desires, we have a path forward. This awareness is known as the theory of mind, the ability of one mind to know what's in another's. If we can do this, we may be able to reconcile our divides, building and trusting our machines to be more fair and seeing more clearly the areas of compromise that profit more than just the few. If we can make artificial intelligence work in a more open and honest way and understand human thought processes, we can use it as a medium for integrating human society by defeating unfairness. Exercise 11. Let's say a toddler draws a picture with crayons and is very proud of it. He's motivated by the esteemed need to show it to a caregiver. If he doesn't get the reaction he hopes for, the discouragement might be so disturbing that he unconsciously compromises by not working as hard on his next drawing, not drawing at all, or not letting himself feel proud about future drawings. It might hurt at first to give up the pride and joy of drawing, but he'll quickly get used to repression. As he grows up, he might not know why he's embarrassed by praise or why he's disparaging of his own work and doesn't strive to realize his true potential. All he knows is that being judged, being noticed at all, is deeply uncomfortable. Exercises 12 through 14. The station was in uproar. Charlene's softball team was going to play in a tournament in Cape Town, and all of the team members were traveling in a train that had been specially chartered for all the teams from Port Elizabeth. All the players were waiting on the platform with their sports bags. Miss Cohen, the coach of Charlene's team, was getting ready to let the girls know which train coach they would be in. Charlene hoped that she would be allowed to travel in the comfortable green first-class coach. The green coach was quite smart and fancy, while others were more run down. Miss Cohen started reading out the names and the number of the coach the girls had to get in. Children yelled and shouted when they heard their names and rushed toward the train as though it was already pulling out of the station. Above the noise, Charlene heard her name. Charlene Rankin, carriage 6, compartment C. She groaned. She was going to have to travel all the way to Cape Town in the scruffy blue coach right in front of her. She grumbled as she picked up her things and scarcely greeted her mother, who put a box of cookies into her hands. She was, however, pleased to see that her best friend Stephanie was in the same compartment. Stephanie, who was also the team captain, beamed with joy. "Nice that Amandla School got the green carriage, don't you think?" she said, as she put her bag under the seat. "It's great that they get the chance to experience a little luxury." For the first time, Charlene thought of the run-down apartments where many of these kids lived and the comfortable homes she and her teammates lived in. She didn't reply immediately, but when Stephanie started singing loudly, "We are the champions and we're gonna win," she sang along heartily.
Week 7. Mini Test 1. Number 1. Dear Miss Newman, the Ken Rose School for the Gifted has been presented with a rare and wonderful opportunity. An anonymous donor has offered us a 1-to-2 matching grant based on our ability to raise donations. You were such a strong supporter of the school in our time of crisis last year. We are turning to you now in hopes of getting your support. Basically, for every $2 you give, the donor will donate $1. Thanks to your past support, we have brought the school out of the red. We have greatly broadened our donor base and are no longer dependent on a few benefactors. However, there is still much that remains to be done. The salaries of our teachers remain relatively low compared to the national average, and our facilities are in need of major renovation and maintenance. Help us make the most of this opportunity. Sincerely, Jane Hobson. Number 2. I lay on my back, face up, head pointing towards the security fence, anxiously awaiting the first plane to fly over. The grass felt so soft, as if no one had ever lain there before. The breeze was crisp and tickled my nose as the bees zigzagged their way to nectar. I wiggled my legs in anticipation as my hands acted as a pillow behind my head. Then I felt it, the massive tremble of the ground beneath me. The insects flew up from their hidden spots amongst the blades of green grass. My body started to shake, much differently than before, from the force. Instead of fleeing the scene like my insect counterparts, I grabbed the blades of grass in anticipation. Just at the moment, I had an out-of-body experience. I saw the massive Hercules fly over me. It appeared to be less than 100 feet over my body. Oh my gosh! It soared into the sky with a hurricane-like gust of wind. With my mouth gaping wide open, I was speechless at the sight I had just witnessed. Number 3. The hedonic character, with its focus on pleasure instead of functional performance, carries important implications for marketing communications for entertainment products. Whereas the marginal utility of additional information about a product is nearly always positive when consumers are striving for utilitarian benefits, for entertainment products, a threshold exists for adding new knowledge. When you reveal the identity of the murderer in the ads for your new thriller novel, the consumer's excitement might go down instead of up. Managers have to understand that too much information can hamper pleasure, so that determining the optimal amount of information provision can be crucial for an entertainment product's success. Further, pre-release buzz plays a huge role in building consumer anticipation for a new entertainment product, with fine-tuning marketing communications to stimulate consumer-to-consumer excitement being key. Number 4. A concept of heredity that encompasses both genetic and non-genetic processes is already emerging, and it can be referred to as extended heredity to differentiate it from the conventional genocentric view. The narrow concept of heredity that has prevailed since the early decades of the 20th century has resulted in the exclusion from the realm of possibility of some very real and important biological phenomena, such as the possibility that an individual's experiences during its lifetime can have predictable consequences for the features of its descendants. Such effects were long dismissed as a chemical impossibility and a violation of the central dogma of molecular biology. Yet a great variety of such phenomena have now been reported in the scientific literature. This side of heredity has been a blind spot for biology and medicine for decades, but the elephant in the room is finally starting to be noticed. Number 5. There are undeniable close linkages between the environment and the enjoyment of human rights, which warrant an integrated approach to both the environment and human rights. A deteriorating environment impacts the quality of life for humans and affects their rights to life, health, work, and education, among others. More than 2 million annual deaths and billions of cases of diseases may be attributed to pollution. The negative effects of environmental degradation and ecosystems decline can be measured through water shortage, fisheries depletion, natural disasters due to deforestation and unsafe management, and disposal of toxic and dangerous wastes and products, as well as increases in extreme weather events and in the spread of malaria and other vector-borne diseases. Moreover, environmental degradation caused by economic activities is often accompanied by violations of civil and political rights, as it may intersect with issues of ethnic identity, social inequality, and discrimination. Number 6. Studies of the ability of animals to alter perceptions of social desirability and to increase positive social interactions between strangers have been uniformly positive. When considered alongside the large numbers of anecdotal statements attesting to the power of animals to hasten the building of rapport between patient and therapist, as well as to facilitate meaningful interaction between the two, these findings have important healthcare implications. If the presence of an animal can make the therapist appear happier, friendlier, less threatening, and more relaxed, it seems reasonable to believe that some patients would achieve a greater sense of comfort more quickly. In addition to enhancing the patient's perception of the healthcare provider, the presence of an animal provides a benign, external topic of conversation on which to focus, which may further hasten and enhance the development of a working alliance. Number 7. The perceptual and cognitive functions of your brain determine how you perceive an event. Suppose, for example, you have some difficult interactions with a resident physician because he has not been managing a patient's pain effectively. After this resident walks by without saying hello, the patient's attending physician asks to see you because of a problem. The way you interpret these events could create an anticipatory stress reaction. If, for example, you think the call means the attending physician is displeased with you, you are likely to trigger your fear or anger response. If, on the other hand, you take these events to mean that the attending physician must be preoccupied with last-minute preparations for a conference and actually wants to discuss the poster you are presenting together, you will not experience stress. Your choice of response to any event depends on what you perceive and how you interpret your perception. Number 8. Payment method share in value at POS in 2017. The above graph shows the payment method share in value at the point of sale, POS, in 2017 across 4 countries, Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, and China. In Japan, 67% of POS spending was in cash, which contrasted sharply with Hong Kong's 14%. In Singapore, the combined share of the two non-cash payments, i.e., e-wallet and card, was larger than that of cash payments, while the share of cash payments was 10 times greater than that of e-wallet payments. In Hong Kong, the share of card payments accounted for 82% of POS spending, which made Hong Kong the leader in card payments among the 4 countries. Despite having a lower percentage of e-wallet spending at POS than card spending, China had a larger share of e-wallet payments than any of the other countries, comprising 36% of its POS spending. For both Hong Kong and China, non-cash payment methods took up over 4/5 of all POS spending, with the shares of card payments being larger than those of e-wallet payments. Number 9. Quince is a fruit that looks like a cross between an apple and a lemon and has a strong, sweet smell. Still growing in the Caucasus in its wild form, this lumpy yellow fruit that is hard and sour was usually eaten cooked and sweetened. Reaching the Levant and southeastern Europe earlier than the apple, namely in the first millennium BC, the quince came to play an important role in Greek mythology and the Greek diet. The Romans preserved it in honey and called it, appropriately, melimelum, honey apple. This word is at the root of Portuguese marmelada, from which the English word marmalade is derived. The Persians and Arabs frequently combined meat and quinces, in stews for instance, and made quince preserves with honey. In medieval Europe, quinces were used for stuffings, sauces, and a quince sweetmeat. Classified as cold and dry, quinces were praised by physicians for stimulating the appetite and aiding digestion. Number 10. Portable humidifier. 15 decibel whisper quiet operation. The 15 decibel whisper quiet operation will not disturb you while studying, working, or sleeping. Long running and automatic turn-off. Full filled, the humidifier runs up to 10 hours on continuous spray mode and 15 hours on intermittent spray mode, and it automatically turns off when empty. Better humidification. This humidifier features a tilted nozzle, which spreads cool mist to a wider range. The leak-proof design reduces the possibility of accidental spills. Portable. At 400 milliliters, the palm-sized humidifier easily fits on any table. Easy to use. One button controls the power and spray mode. Press the button once for continuous spray mode and twice for intermittent spray mode. To turn off the humidifier, press the button for 3 seconds. Tips. 1. Soak the cotton wick completely before use. 2. For best results, use mineral water, cold boiled water, or clean tap water. Number 11. Backpack and school supply drive. We coordinate a drive to assist local children in need of backpacks and school supplies to start the new school year. Each child is given a backpack filled with school supplies. All backpacks and school supplies are generously donated by the community. We serve the children during the back-to-school season and distribute the goods in time for the first day of school. Host a collection drive or donate to help a child. Anyone can host this drive in their community. Collect items from your neighbors, friends, family, or coworkers. Make a monetary donation and we will credit it to the school supply drive. When and where to bring donated items. Drop-off hours. Fridays, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Our office, 1 Davis Drive, Salisbury, California, 55990. Please ensure that all items are brand new. Contact us anytime. 630-101-1004. Number 12. Bioethicists use different methodologies to find solutions to ethical problems. These methodologies have different backgrounds and are linked to different philosophical schools of thought. What they have in common is the aim to provide an adequate normative framework for processing and resolving moral problems. Generally, ethical methodologies can be divided into two models. Deductive methodological approaches distill ethical principles from a certain theory of ethics, from which they then deduce ethical rules in order to be applied to a case at hand. Inductive methodological approaches do not work with preconceived ethical principles. They use experience and observation of the realities of a case at hand to develop answers to the ethical dilemmas experienced. Whereas deductive approaches are criticized for being too rigid regarding what is right and wrong and too remote from clinical practice, inductive approaches are criticized for being so focused on single experiences that they, at times, lose sight of the big picture. Yet, however strict the division may appear in theory, most bioethicists do not strictly follow one approach. Number 13. The wandering spider, Cupienius salae, captures its prey without the aid of a web. Although the majority of the invertebrates that it captures in the wild are those that walk, it is also able to capture flying insects. It does this with a spectacular and very precise leap into the air. Given that spiders have 8 well-developed eyes, we might assume that they use visual cues to carry out this remarkable feat. However, Frederick Barth and his colleagues have demonstrated that this is not the case. In an experiment, they covered the eyes of a hungry spider to temporarily blind it. Despite this incapacity, the spider was able to detect airborne prey animals up to 20 centimeters away and to capture them with a leap of several centimeters. By contrast, web-based spiders are able to locate prey a mere 1 centimeter away. Of course, this difference between the two spider types is not surprising. Web-based spiders do not need to detect moving prey because they rely upon their web. On the other hand, the advantages of long-distance prey detection to a mobile hunter are obvious. Number 14. It is well known that the ancient Greeks, Indians, and Chinese produced vast bodies of sophisticated knowledge, ranging over mathematics, medicine, astronomy, natural philosophy, and technology. Indeed, much of this knowledge was appropriated and reworked by the Muslim and Christian scholars who are normally credited with having initiated the scientific project in the Middle Ages. So why then should we not also call these antique sages scientists? The simple but generally applicable answer is that their societies did not assign a specific social role to the scientist. What we would now recognize as science was always done in service of something else, not as an end in itself, let alone an end that might be pursued in perpetuity. That something else may be leisure or statecraft, each in its own way, forcing a science to operate within a rigid framework, albeit one that still allowed for considerable creativity and innovation, and depending on the ruling dynasty, sometimes even longevity, but never autonomy. Number 15. When people search out health information on the Internet, they typically use shortcuts and superficial searches rather than engage in systematic processing of online information. This is the finding of a study conducted by Clowiter and Hargitay, who interviewed a diverse group of American adults about how they seek health information online. This unsystematic searching out of health information is often blamed for a condition called cyberchondria, which is a belief by many people that they have a serious illness when in fact they do not. Because there are many digital sources of health news and information, people can easily access lists of symptoms, although they do not have the extensive medical training needed to make sense of all this information, so people often erroneously diagnose themselves as seriously sick. Then they go to their doctors to tell them what is wrong and ask for specific treatments and drugs. Most times the self-diagnosis is wrong. Number 16. Psychologists have conducted several laboratory studies of ordinary people struggling with messy disruptions, distractions, or constraints in situations that ask them to be creative. In one study, Charlene Nemeth and Julianne Kwan showed pairs of people bluish and greenish slides, asking them to shout out whether they were blue or green. The experimenters had a trick to play, however. One member of each pair was actually a confederate of the researchers, who would sometimes call out baffling responses. Green, when the slide was clearly blue. Having been thoroughly confused, the experimental subjects were then asked to free associate words connected with green and blue. Sky, sea, eyes. Those who had been subjected to a confusing mess of signals produced more original word associations. Jazz, flame, sad, Picasso. There was something about the sheer disruptiveness of the setup that unlocked creative responses. Number 17. Stephen Jay Gould writes, "We believe in hot hands because we must impart meaning to a pattern, and we like meanings that tell stories about heroism, valor, and excellence, and we have no feel for the frequency and length of sequences and random data." While this may be true at some deep level, it is certainly not the reason sports participants give for the reality of hot hands. Anyone who has ever played a sport will cite internal, felt experience in favor of hot hand phenomena. When you are hot, it feels like you can't miss, that every shot is just an easy layup. When you're cold, it feels like no matter what you do, no matter how much you concentrate, every shot you take is a brick. A plausible way of expressing these attitudes is that a player has a better chance of making a shot after having just made his last 2 or 3 shots than he does after having missed his last 2 or 3 shots. 91 out of 100 basketball fans polled believe this statement. That is, they believe that success breeds success. Number 18. In developed economies, up to 80% of the things stored in a typical home are used only once a month. The sharing platform model, increasingly enabled by new forms of digital technology, creates new relationships and business opportunities for consumers, companies, and micro-entrepreneurs who rent, share, exchange, or lend their idle goods. Fewer resources go into making products that are infrequently used, and consumers have a new way to both make and save money. A number of companies built on this sharing business model have gained millions of members, considerable media attention, and in some cases, $40 billion plus valuation. But if media companies want to utilize the distribution channel more effectively, they need to understand why people are reluctant to share news on social media. By making it easy for people and companies to use idle products, these businesses are squeezing much more value from the resources used to make them. Number 19. If someone told you that your aunt is ill, you would probably assume that she has cancer, heart disease, had an accident, or came down with a common cold. What these conditions have in common is that they are all physical ailments. And yet, people can develop mental impairment, can be emotionally unstable, or be socially isolated. These too are illnesses. Illness is defined as one of the components of health not functioning as well as it should. Although we may know this intellectually, we tend not to think of non-physical ailments when we speak of illness. That is because we view non-physical ailments as less serious than physical ailments, and this view is reinforced by the medical and health establishment. Evidence for this conclusion can be seen by health insurance companies, only recently being required to cover mental illness in a similar fashion as they have covered physical illness for many years. Illness encompasses much more than merely being physically ill. Number 20. Goal shielding occurs when the focal goal is prioritized and the other goals are forgotten in an effort to shield attention on the main goal. Theoretically, then, in the workplace, productivity, the most common focal goal, would be shielded from resource-stealing goals such as creativity, leading to decreased creative performance. Although no research has directly examined creativity and goal shielding, one study by Shalley suggests that creativity might not succumb to shielding effects in a similar way as other goals. In her experimental study, Shalley had two goals, a productivity goal and a creativity goal. When both goals were difficult, then creativity did not suffer, and both productivity and creativity outcomes emerged. It was only when no creativity goal was set and a do-your-best or difficult productivity goal was set that creativity decreased. In other words, productivity was not shielded from the creativity goal. Number 21. A notable feature of UK private sector corporate governance, compared with many other European countries, is the absence of employees from governance arrangements. Unlike many other European countries, there is no legal underpinning of employee representation on company boards or employee rights for works councils. In Germany, the Netherlands, and Norway, for example, employee board representation is widespread. This absence appears to limit the extent of consideration of human resource management issues in governance discussions between company boards and investors compared with Germany, where more information is supplied and more consideration given to questions such as relative pay. The situation is rather different, however, in parts of the public sector. Educational organizations, such as local authority-run schools and universities, usually make provisions for staff representation on governing bodies. However, as private sector involvement in the running of key parts of the public sector has increased, and as some parts of the public sector have become more autonomous from state or local authority control, the extent of staff involvement in governance bodies has tended to be reduced. Number 22. In interpersonal encounters, much of what persuades us is processed peripherally. For example, we do not usually consciously rate others on their level of attractiveness, and are not aware on a moment-by-moment basis whether another person is smiling, is humorous, stands close to us, uses our first name, praises us, and so on. These behaviors are processed via the peripheral route, but they all affect the outcome of persuasion attempts. Likewise, if we go to the bar with someone and the person buys us a drink, we do not usually consciously think that we are in debt to this person and must reciprocate. Rather, we naturally feel this pressure, and so the likelihood is that the reciprocation autopilot kicks in and we buy the next round. Indeed, if we become aware that a direct attempt is being made to persuade us to do something, we begin to process information centrally. Then we may become suspicious of the smiles and praise we are receiving, or wonder why this person is offering us something with no obligation. Under such circumstances, a compliance attempt is likely to boomerang. Number 23. Mark Hauser believes that you learn morality like you do language. We have an inborn ability to extract the rules of morality from the settings in which we live. Researchers test this view using moral dilemmas. The most common is the trolley car dilemma. In the trolley dilemma, a speeding trolley will hit and kill 5 people stranded on a railroad track. Diverting the car to another track will save the 5, but kill another individual who is on that track. In the footbridge dilemma, to save the 5 people, a person must push an overweight pedestrian off a bridge onto the track to stop the trolley. Evidence supports that people worldwide favor diverting the trolley to save the lives of others, but not pushing someone for the same purpose. They distinguish harm for a purpose and harm because of one's actions. Results are so consistent across cultures that these may be universals in moral reasoning. Researchers use the situation of ethical conflicts, such as the trolley car thought experiment, to examine Mark Hauser's argument, and the findings seem to support his claim that human beings have a shared kind of moral reasoning. Number 24 and 25. Many music historians draw close analogies between the changes in art and music. There are some, but comparisons of music with art are weak because a painting is static and fixed in the time, format, and perspective, or the painting techniques in use when it was created. Not only is it locked in time, but viewing it may well depend on a great deal of historic knowledge to recognize the symbolism, mythology, allegorical or other identifying signs and artifacts shown on the pictures. There is also the dilemma that, without a catalog or description, we will not know who the people are meant to portray. By contrast, we can interpret music as we wish, and if we choose, modernize the performance through new interpretations, even for a 400-year-old composition. We are not restricted and can play works with different instruments. Reference to any modern CD catalog will show just how many performers think they can provide a new or better take on classical favorites. Music can be compared to a garden, where we can find beauty in the flowers from shape, color, and perfume, and it is never static. Plants grow and change, as does our musical appreciation. New features continually come and go, and there will be weeds or mistakes. Overall, the appearance depends on the soil, the layout, and the gardener. Even if many people praise the garden, then no two will ever see it from the same perspective, or detect the subtle perfumes in the same way, nor will we ever see the same garden in an identical way on successive visits. For me, such variations offer the pleasure of a garden, and are exactly the same factors which provide the excitement and individuality of musical performance and listening. Numbers 26 through 28. I went to my local supermarket in Ashkelon during the week of Passover. When I returned to my car with a cart full of food, I realized my key was missing. I asked in the store and also retraced my steps, but still no key. I told a security guard outside the store that I didn't know what to do. He asked me to show him which car was mine. He peeped through the window and saw my keys on the passenger seat. I had made the mistake of locking the doors without making sure I had the key. One problem solved, but now what do I do? The guard saw an electrician working next door and asked him if he had a wire they could ease through a tiny space in the back window and maybe manage to lift up the lock button. The electrician left everything and started trying to rescue my key. After 10 minutes, I wanted to release him since he was getting phone calls about other work on his cell phone and was telling everyone he was busy at the moment. But he was determined and kept saying, "Never mind, we are going to get that key out." A young man with a mustache came to help and patiently provided shade so the electrician could see what he was doing. 45 minutes later, after trying all sorts of ingenious ideas, he fished out the key by using a long metal wire as a fishing rod. Then he opened the door with the key and wished me a happy holiday and went back to his work. I then locked the doors, with the key, and ran back into the shop to buy chocolates for them. Neither the guard nor my savior, appropriately named Michael, the name of an angel, wanted to accept them and said they had done nothing. The young shade provider had disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Throughout the entire time, all the passers-by sympathized, and each and every one of them told me it had happened to them at some point, and they recalled how annoying it was. But thanks to the kindness of Tony the guard, Michael the angel, and Jacob the shade, it wasn't annoying but an uplifting experience for me, and also for the key.
Week 8, Mini Test 2. Number 1. Dear Mr. Randolph, since my father's death, I have not had the chance to thank you for your kind words at his funeral. My father always thought highly of you as a tenant, and we were happy to have you living downstairs from him in case of an emergency. Now that we have started the process of dealing with my father's estate, I wanted to let you know the status of his house. We have decided to put the property on the market. All of us live a considerable distance away and do not want the responsibilities of being landlords. Before we list the house with a real estate agent, though, we wanted to find out if you had any interest in buying the property yourself. We would certainly be happy to consider an offer based on a reasonable discount from the market value because of the savings we would realize in real estate agency commissions and other costs. As you know, the house is a very desirable rental property, and mortgage costs would be largely offset by income from a tenant. If you have any interest, please contact me by October 31st. Sincerely, Jennifer Martin. Number 2. A man, perhaps in his 60s, appeared from somewhere in the back of the bus. He sat next to me and placed his large shopping bag between us. I noticed the bus driver watching him in the mirror. Everything would be all right, I told myself. This man wouldn't get away with anything. He began to study my worn coat, my desperate hug of my corduroy pants. Bus heat rushed through the soles of my shoes, and I closed my eyes, allowing the warmth to help me forget him. Then he cleared his throat and touched my arm. "Excuse me," he said, "and pardon me for intruding, but I couldn't help but notice that you are shivering. Are you all right?" When his eyes met mine, I saw something I had never seen before. It was the face of a kind man. "You look tired," he said. "Have you had a tough day?" When he spoke, I realized that I was watching his concern for me take form. The sensation was new, foreign. The bus made a gassy sound as it stopped, and he rose to leave. "I get off here," he said. "I hope the rest of your Christmas is better than tonight." I looked into his eyes and felt my throat tighten. For a moment, I wanted to take his hand, to hold fast to this rare concern for me. Number 3. There are risks to taking risks in your sport. Because you will struggle at first, your confidence may also suffer, and you may question whether risk-taking is the right path to be on. You might say to yourself, "Gosh, my past, safer approach worked pretty well, certainly much better than the way this is going now. So maybe I should just stick with what has worked." But what may have worked in the past and has gotten you to where you currently are won't work in the future or get you where you want to go. As an old Texas saying goes, if all you ever do is all you've ever done, then all you'll ever get is all you've ever got. Your efforts shouldn't be devoted to where you are now, but where you want to be next month, next year, or in 5 years in your sport. You need to prepare yourself for performing at the next level, and performing safe just won't cut it. Number 4. Think back to elementary school. Remember how your teacher would pose a question and then pause to observe which students would raise their hands to offer an answer? Typically, one assertive student would shout out, "Ooh, I know the answer." And a few of the less aggressive ones in the back of the room might meekly raise their hands halfway up. The teacher had to decide whether to call on the lone show-off again or one of the shy students in the back. The key to this analogy is that teachers often make the decision to call on a shy student even before they pose a question to the class. And when the shy students realize the teacher is encouraging them to speak up, then more of them become willing to raise their hands. When you encounter a problem, it can evoke several potential solution ideas. Often, there are 1 or 2 strong, obvious possibilities, such as running away from the Man Gulch fire that confronted Wag Dodge. But other ideas, such as using fire as a tool for creating a protective buffer zone, aren't obvious because they are weakly associated with the elements of the problem. Fighting fire with fire isn't the first thing that jumps to mind in such situations. These ideas are the shy students sitting at their temporal lobe desks. Number 5. From a sociological perspective, it has been useful to view the construct of culture from a somewhat dichotomous perspective in which the notion of the cultural insider can be contrasted with that of the cultural outsider. Contemporary scholarship has drawn attention to the complexity of this comparison and the considerable subjectivity that lies at the heart of such an often oversimplified bifurcation. Although music is often associated with cultural identity and therefore susceptible to insider/outsider categorization, the ease with which an individual interacts with any given culture's music may be more nuanced. Culture-based differences in the way listeners and performers interact with and respond to music are often described by ethnic identity or geographical location, which are, in turn, generally treated as categorical constructs. As such, they tend to oversimplify complex relationships, obscure considerable within-group variability, and most critically, do not hold up well when considering a brain-based understanding of music processing. Number 6. It is the mistake of much popular criticism to regard poetry, music, and painting, all the various products of art, as but translations into different languages of one and the same fixed quantity of imaginative thought, supplemented by certain technical qualities of color in painting, of sound in music, of rhythmical words in poetry. In this way, the sensuous element in art, and with it almost everything in art that is essentially artistic, is made a matter of indifference, and a clear apprehension of the opposite principle that the sensuous material of each art brings with it a special phase or quality of beauty, untranslatable into the forms of any other, an order of impressions distinct in kind, is the beginning of all true aesthetic criticism. For, as art addresses not pure sense, still less the pure intellect, but the imaginative reason through the senses, there are differences of kind in aesthetic beauty, corresponding to the differences in kind of the gifts of sense themselves. Each art, therefore, having its own peculiar and untranslatable sensuous charm, has its own special mode of reaching the imagination, its own special responsibilities to its material. Number 7. Just as talking about an event is a form of rehearsal that may aid memory, talking or translating an experience into language can help to organize and assimilate the event in people's minds. An emotional experience, by definition, provokes talking because those who are affected by it are attempting to understand and learn more about it. Language, then, is the vehicle for important cognitive and learning processes following an emotional upheaval. Talking about an event may successfully organize and assimilate it, which will allow the person to move past the upheaval. Ironically, once an event is cognitively assimilated, individuals no longer need to ruminate about it, and once it is out of their minds, they may actually forget about it. Number 8. The average yearly spend on health and fitness categories in the UK. The graph above shows the average yearly spend on health and fitness categories in the UK by gender. The average yearly spend overall for women in the UK came in at £1,910, which was more than the average spend overall for men, which came in at £1,655. Women spent more on gym clothing, £405 yearly, and personal trainers, £263, than men did on each of the two categories. Men spent £324 and £172 on the two categories, respectively. Supplements and gym membership were the two biggest categories of expenses in health and fitness for men. Women dedicated the largest proportion of their budget towards supplements, followed by gym clothing. The amount of money spent on the former was more than twice the amount spent on the latter. Among the 5 categories surveyed, meal plans was the one that showed the lowest average spend for both men and women. Number 9. Italian artist Marisa Merz was a sculptor and painter born in 1926 in Turin, Italy. She was the sole female artist in the influential Arte Povera, poor art movement, which was a movement that started in Turin in the late 1960s and lasted until the early 1970s. She brought a uniquely female perspective to the movement, often using traditionally domestic crafts, such as knitting and braiding. Often overshadowed by her husband, the Arte Povera pioneer, Mario Merz, Marisa Merz had to wait until she was 90 to get the museum recognition she deserved. She did not start making art until she was in her 40s. She began by creating aluminum, living sculptures in her kitchen, and her work was first exhibited in Turin's Piper Club in 1967. Little is known about Marisa Merz's early life, including her maiden name. While she was only belatedly recognized as a leading Arte Povera artist, Marisa Merz continued to work until late in life. Number 10. Electric Tea Kettle User Manual. Before initial use, fill kettle to the max line and bring to a boil. Discard the water. Repeat the process 2 or 3 times. This will remove any dust or residue remaining from the manufacturing process. Cleaning and maintenance. To ensure optimum performance, the mesh filter should be cleaned periodically. Rinse it under running water and brush with a soft brush, such as an old toothbrush. Do not use cleaning powders to clean the exterior, as they may scratch the surface. Note: please allow 15 to 20 seconds for kettle to cool down before switching on again. This appliance is only suitable for heating water. Do not use it for any other liquids. Guarantee: if this product is found to be faulty as a result of faulty materials within 1 year from date of purchase, it will be repaired free of charge. Number 11. Blanket and Clothing Donation Drive. Warm someone's heart this season. This is the second annual event held by Harrison County. How you can help. Please collect gently used and clean blankets and clothes for men, women, teens, and children of all ages and sizes. Deliver. Please bring your blankets and clothes to Harrison County Community Center at 258 Home Avenue. When? You can bring your donations every weekday from 7 a.m. till 3:30 p.m. until the end of July 2022. Thank you for helping the community. Our goal is to provide 1,000 warm blankets and clothes to the children and adults of our local communities who are in need of warmth. Your donation is greatly appreciated by all. Number 12. The shrinking of the human-animal divide in the late 20th century was accompanied by a growing concern for animals that rivaled, and then arguably surpassed, what had been seen in some European countries a century earlier, during the first great wave of animal protectionism. Clearly, science was not the only factor that brought about the growing concern for animals. The change from horses to automobiles and the demographic shift from rural to urban living meant that most people experienced animals as companions and family members rather than in utilitarian roles as providers of transportation or food. The end of 2 world wars and the Great Depression freed people in the industrialized countries to be concerned about matters other than personal security and the necessities of life. And the media, from nature films to animated cartoons, depicted animals sometimes as fascinating natural beings and sometimes as sympathetic humanized ones. But whatever the role of these other factors, the altered scientific understanding of animals reinforced and gave weight to the altered popular understanding. Number 13. There is much to be said for uniforms in the armed forces. Since they are closely identified with the state and symbolized its unity, their uniforms reinforce the consciousness of their national role, and it goes without saying that they should be suitable for combat. However, this has to be balanced against other equally important considerations. If the yarmulke, turban, and other religious apparels were to be disallowed, Jews, Sikhs, and others will be denied both an avenue of employment and an opportunity to serve their country. Furthermore, the United States is a culturally diverse society made up of people of different religious faiths. There is no obvious reason why its national symbols, including military uniforms, should not reflect that fact. Besides, if differences of mere headdress are likely to detract from collective solidarity, the differences of color, accent, and facial features are likely to do so even more. And we would have to exclude blacks, Asians, and others from joining the armed forces. In short, while the uniform should not be discarded, it should be open to appropriate modification to accommodate genuine religious, cultural, and other requirements, provided, of course, that they do not compromise military effectiveness. Number 14. The key factor making it possible to run an industry with a workforce dominated by young, inexperienced part-time employees who do not stay on the job for long is the extreme routinization of the work. When work is routinized, each worker repeatedly performs a limited number of tasks according to instructions provided by management, which minimizes, in fast food, virtually eliminates the need or opportunity for workers to exercise discretion. This sort of standardization has a variety of benefits for employers. It increases managerial control over the operation and cuts wage costs by eliminating the need to hire skilled workers. The simplified jobs can be learned quickly, making employers less dependent on experienced workers. Routinization is especially advantageous to fast food companies because of its capacity to promote uniformity of outcomes. Massive advertising campaigns promise fast food customers a particular standard of food and service and a predictable kind of experience. Number 15. An individual is defenseless and unprotected if the community with whom he or she is identified is subjected to assimilation by another, vilification, or perverse stereotyping. Just as under colonial conditions, the discourse of individual rights is meaningless without the prior right of the political community to self-government. So individual rights in many situations simply require as a precondition the rights of a community to maintain and reproduce itself. Thus, if human rights charters are not to be perceived as instruments of subjugation on the part of the powerful, but rather as, what they are intended to be, instruments to empower the weak and vulnerable members of the human species, then we must recognize that rights attach to groups as well as to individuals. Indeed, Article 16 of the UN Declaration of Human Rights clearly states that the family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state, while Article 29 states that everyone has duties to the community in which alone the free and full development of his personality is possible. Number 16. We have observed individuals who know themselves well but fail to communicate this to others. Since their colleagues are not mind readers, these individuals often remain frustratingly enigmatic unless, through choice and skill, they can overcome their predilection to non-disclosure. Some introverted executives fall into this trap. The problem is made worse by the speed with which leaders are required to make an impact. Organizational time moves faster and faster. We observed a highly talented Silicon Valley executive who spoke to us of her compelling vision for the capacity of technology to transform human lives for the better. She seemed to burn with passion at the prospect. But when we asked her followers what they thought she stood for, they just didn't know. She had not found an appropriate vehicle for self-disclosure. Number 17. The audience members know that they cannot have a taste of on-screen food, and they must suspend disbelief in order to convince themselves that the film sustenance is actually substantive for anyone, even the actors. Herein lies the social dimension of cinematic cuisine. The facial expressions of actors, as they consume stage food, evaluate the quality of the culinary experience, coding the food as delicious, unfamiliar, or disgusting. The cinematic dining experience thus reveals the binary or dialectical quality of taste, and not only in that one taste is evaluated in opposition to another, but also in that the acting diner impacts the reaction of the imaginary/imaginative diners in the theater seats who have no further access to gustatory sensation. The on-screen eaters teach their viewers to enjoy, ignore, or criticize their food. There is little chance that the audience would imagine an appealing gustatory experience if the images of consumption were coded as unpleasant. Number 18. AI and digital technologies are already disrupting the traditional view of democracy, and not always for the better, ensuring that processes are more inclusive. In fact, if anything, AI is strengthening the link between democracy and economics, supporting the manipulation of information to meet the needs of a few, and enabling the emergence of super economic powers that are outside democratic scrutiny and control. When algorithms are used to decide our access to information about a news item, a political candidate, or a business, opinions and votes can shift, and potential governments be made or broken. Because algorithmic censorship is mostly unregulated, large corporations can, in principle, decide what information we have, outside the traditional democratic processes of governance and accountability. Responsible AI is about human responsibility for the development of intelligent systems along fundamental human principles and values, to ensure human flourishing and well-being in a sustainable world. Moreover, these same corporations also own most of our and our government's data by the conditions under which we use their products to share, store, and manage information. Number 19. Archaeologists should define what an artifact is and isn't. Quite simply, artifacts make up most of the good stuff, the stuff that's worth writing home about from an excavation or a survey. They are things made or altered by human beings. Within this category, we include everything from the earliest stone tools to pottery, weapons, jewelry, clothes, and pretty much everything else portable that humans can make. Some artifacts, however, and things associated with them can't be moved. We call these features. Something like a ditch is a feature. It's obviously made by a human, but you can't move it without losing it. The same goes for doorways, fire pits, stone altars, and the like. Sometimes, though, we also call something a feature when we're just not quite sure yet what it is, but we know it's a something. Hence the archaeological axiom: 1 stone is a stone, 2 stones is a feature, 3 stones is a wall. Number 20. Marketing aims to provide the consumer experience of flow, a deep level of involvement and control that extends to total immersion in activities involving prosthetic objects, such that the experience of time slows. When driving a car, flow is the feeling of oneness with the machine, which performs as if it were an extension of the body. When surfing on the internet, it is the seamless sequence of responses facilitated by machine interactivity, being intrinsically enjoyable and accompanied by loss of self-consciousness. Whilst marketers seek to link the consumer experience to feelings of empowerment and control, the realities of driving are traffic jams, road rage, and the rising costs of motoring, not to mention the occasional accident. Surfers, too, can be overwhelmed, annoyed for passwords they cannot remember, irritated by the daily chore of removing spam from email, or coping with the consequences of spyware, cookies, and viruses. The fruits gained by maintaining the hit of flow provided by experiential consumption come at the price of the additional labor required to pay for it by working at home without cutting back on work in the office. More seriously, those who bought into the consumer dream to sustain their hit of flow in the good times now find themselves placed on a shifting cliff of debt. Number 21. The growth of air travel was one of the major global developments of the 20th century. This trend has continued into the 21st century and will continue into the foreseeable future. Major international airports, such as London's Heathrow Airport, now handle tens of millions of passengers annually. This has had enormous impact on airport infrastructure and border security checks, and creates a constant pressure between commercial entities and control authorities. Airlines and airport operators seek rapid movement of passengers through arrival and departure to meet consumer demand and to increase passenger satisfaction and profitability. As a result, government authorities are under political and financial pressure to facilitate the movement of passengers through passport control, but must also meet the requirements of immigration law and maintain border and national security. In this context, passport control is a frontline security task of fundamental importance because it provides the primary means to quickly determine the nationality and identity of passengers seeking to enter a state. Once this information has been established, the control authorities can proceed to determine eligibility of the passengers to enter under the immigration laws of the state. Number 22. Some scholars have argued that the power and value of the human-animal relationship is based on a perceived non-judgmental emotional support. Both Sigmund Freud and his daughter Anna wrote of their personal experiences with dogs and how this bonding taught them about pure love relationships. Although most people may benefit from a pure love relationship based on their unique life contexts, some individuals may experience such relationships as particularly meaningful. For example, individuals with a personal history of emotional deprivation and abuse in their formative years may find that pets become more consistent and reliable others to which they can turn. The relatedness encompassed within human-animal companionship may in turn foster an individual's ability to connect with others in more appropriate ways. Pet companionship may also serve as a source of emotional sustenance for those who have no or limited connection with other people. But even when the world does not seem like a terrible place, we are all still in need of reliable ties that can be counted upon, ones that shape the very essence of who we are. Number 23. On a personal level, we have always been aware of the elasticity of time. Good times seem short, and bad times seem to last forever. Neuroscientists have shown that in some respects, this is not fiction. The length of our memories is linked to how good or bad the occasions are. What neuroscientists have found is that we don't perceive time slowing down in the moment, but our recall of the event makes us believe that time has slowed down. To understand what is going on in the brain, imagine that the brain acts like a computer that stores information on a hard drive. When life is boring, the hard drive stores a regular amount of information. When we are scared, however, as during a car accident, the brain's amygdala, our internal emergency operator, kicks in. Our brains collect finer details like the crumpling of the hood, the breaking off of side view mirrors, and the changing of the expression on the other driver's face. The amount of detail gathered is increased, as if two hard drives are storing the data. More data gets stored. When the brain recalls the event, it interprets the large amount of information as a longer incident. When we remember events, moments like serious accidents feel stretched because of the increased quantity of information in the brain. Numbers 24 through 25. There is a particular problem in not having an adequate statistical framework for measuring intangible value, which is that much of it consequently gets undervalued. There are large and growing swaths of the economy where productivity as it is conventionally measured simply cannot grow. In fact, it's not clear what productivity means when there is no tangible product. In an intangible service-based economy, we need to be measuring something else entirely. But because the inappropriate definition of productivity is what gets measured, and doesn't, in fact, increase, large and increasing parts of the economy are systematically undervalued, as are the people who work in those jobs. For example, performing artists only have a maximum of 365 nights a year on which they can do a show, and can't become more productive. Nurses become arguably less, not more, productive in a meaningful sense if they treat more patients, but the statistics work the opposite way. In the online economy, digital products can show infinite productivity. They can be duplicated essentially for free. But if they're priced for free, they will perhaps not be produced in the desirable quantities. In these varied examples, the conceptual framework of measurement isn't up to assessing the things we value, in a non-economic sense, which in turn actually makes it hard to value them in the monetary sense. Numbers 26 through 28. Wally Kurlik was a lonely child. Wally happened to be retarded. Already 11 years old and just starting the 3rd grade, he was physically awkward and much larger than his classmates, so was seldom invited to play in any ball games. The poor kid would stand by himself on the sidelines and watch. He was gentle and kind, and, by virtue of his size, a natural protector of the little kids who had problems. No one would dare cause trouble for the younger children when burly Wally was near. In the children's Christmas play that year, the director chose Wally to play the role of the innkeeper. He figured that because of Wally's size, his refusal would be more dramatic. Everyone was confident that he would act out his part well, because when he put his heart into something, he gave it his all. The annual Christmas program started in the usual fashion, and before long, Mary and Joseph, the expectant mother and her betrothed, had made their way to the inn. Joseph knocked on the door, and a cold voice demanded, "What do you want?" They looked at him with pleading eyes as Joseph begged, "Please, sir, we are in urgent need of lodging." But Wally yelled as he had been told, "There is no vacancy. Go away." Joseph begged, "My wife is about to give birth. Surely there must be some place for us." At this point, the irritated innkeeper was supposed to say unfriendly, "I said there is no room in here. Go around back and sleep in the barn if you want." However, Wally got up with his feelings and forgot that this was only acting. He stood there in genuine sorrow, pondering the situation. For him, this was no longer a pretend production. It was really happening. His Sunday school teacher, assuming he had forgotten his lines, whispered, "Send them on their way." As Mary and Joseph turned to go, the audience saw Wally's face. It was filled with sadness as tears started to flow. All of a sudden, he shouted, "Please come back. I'll sleep in the barn and you stay in my room." No one who was present that night will be able to forget how deeply they were touched by that scene.
Week 9. Mini Test 3. Number 1. To whom it may concern, I am writing to tell you about my mother, Anne Diamond. A few days ago, she called to tell me about her new doctor, Dr. Kyle. She mentioned that she felt uncomfortable talking to a male doctor about her problems. My mother is a very open-minded person, and she rarely complains, so I was surprised to hear this from her. Thus, given her considerable treatment needs, I think we need to find a solution. After much careful consideration, I think she would feel more comfortable with a female physician. In fact, as far as I can remember, she has always had female doctors. I would be very grateful if you could change my mother's physician to a female doctor. I would appreciate it if you could do this as soon as possible to alleviate any further disruption in her treatment. Thank you in advance for your help. Sincerely, Shelley Diamond. Number 2. On the last day of school, when I was waiting to receive my report card, my classroom teacher informed me that the principal wanted to see me. I began to be overwhelmed with worries. As I was waiting in the classroom to receive my report card, I saw the principal standing in front of the classroom door waiting for me. Immediately after I was given my report card, he said, "Stanley, come meet me outside." The rate of my heartbeat increased dramatically. However, I went to meet him outside of the classroom, and he said, "You are such a good student, Stanley. I'm surprised that you did well in your exams, considering your situation. I have written this letter for you to give to your parents. You see, if your parents are able to provide what you need in school, you can perform extremely well. Have a safe journey home and enjoy your holiday. I hope to see you next semester." These words were so motivating and inspiring. On my way home, I reflected over and over on the words of the principal. Number 3. Frequently the victims of confusing and inadequate information, parents have been told to be more patient by some and tougher or more demanding by others. They are advised to be more permissive or simply proficient at mirroring the child's feelings. Most of these suggestions center around the child, but in reality, the whole parent as well as the whole child must be considered. Transactions with the child necessarily involve the parent's feelings, attitudes, and values. And as parents, we cannot hope to influence our children unless we first change our own coping methods and perceptions. This does not suggest a total personality reorganization, but instead a development of new procedures and approaches for parent-child relationships. We strive not only to understand our children, but to develop better ways to communicate and relate in our effort to build future generations. Number 4. The importance of cumulative culture can be seen in almost every aspect of our lives, but one of the clearest examples can be found in the harrowing tales of early European explorers to the Arctic, Americas, Africa, Australia, and Asia. On countless occasions, intrepid and well-prepared adventurers perished or nearly died, while just around the corner, indigenous people who lacked their modern technology were well fed and sheltered. It was our capacity to learn from the experiences of others that gave Homo sapiens an enormous local advantage, with new strategies and innovations built on a platform of prior discoveries. As a consequence, each generation had no need to reinvent the wheel, and a child could acquire an understanding of the world that a few generations back would have been available only to geniuses. We see this effect today with schoolchildren learning of the discoveries of Copernicus, Darwin, and Galileo, and there is no doubt that a somewhat slower version of this cumulative process has existed for over 100,000 years. No other animal can do this. Number 5. Some people think that data drives instruction, but I feel that data is just a tool in the toolbox. What drives instruction are relationships that motivate kids to want to come to class and learn. All the data in the world is worthless if you don't have motivated teachers and students to influence change. We are in the people business that is driven by relationships, not numbers. Numbers can support our decisions, but relationships are what put them into effect. Show students their test scores for the quarter. Will that motivate them to perform better? Probably not, if the relationship with the teacher, parents, and school is not solid. People who hide behind data sometimes use it as a way to communicate because they are afraid or can't have difficult conversations when needed. Relating to students is what makes a school a great place to work in each day. By spewing data and achievement gaps, you don't build trust. We all know that we will only go as far as the teachers who are in the trenches each day. Number 6. The eater may make an evaluation of his dining experience in accordance with the perception of others, perhaps a restaurant critic or a dinner companion. The individual diner will certainly be predisposed to favor a new taste if she or he has been told in advance that the experience is enjoyable. Even a sense of social position can influence an individual's reception of flavor. One may sample a new or a formerly reviled taste in socially elevated company and find the experience more appealing than when consuming the same alone. Some may overcome a revulsion to a particular food, such as oysters or brie cheese, because they consumed it in the company of those whom they desire to emulate socially. As in the audience's appreciation of art, the success or failure of a dish is determined by the eater, and that evaluation is culturally constituted, defined by social, geographic, and biological categories as diverse as class, race, ethnicity, nationality, and gender. What one group enjoys, another rejects, and often such conclusions are based largely upon consideration of the collective or upon conformity. Number 7. New technologies can often help in crimes against wildlife, much as they are widely used to solve crimes against humans. In Italy, scientists were able to show that the blood on a knife owned by a suspected poacher had come from a specific poached wild boar. Scientists at the Center for Conservation Biology at the University of Washington have worked to find the origin of contraband ivory shipped from Africa to Singapore. Were the elephants slaughtered for their tusks, all from one place or scattered throughout Africa? They compared DNA from the ivory with DNA patterns found in elephant dung collected all over the African continent. By doing so, they were better able to identify where the poaching had occurred. In this instance, they found that the origin of the tusks was a small area centered in Zambia. The group's efforts could be increased to stop poaching. They were able to do the same with a second shipment of contraband ivory detected in a shipping container in Malaysia. In this case, the elephants came from another region. Number 8. American adults' viewing preferences of foreign language films in 2020 by ethnicity. The graph above shows the results of a 2020 survey on American adults' viewing preferences of watching foreign language films with subtitles versus watching those dubbed into English by ethnicity. Overall, about 6 out of 10 total adults preferred watching foreign language films with subtitles to watching dubbed versions. The ethnic group that most preferred watching foreign language films with subtitles was African Americans. 57% of Hispanics surveyed preferred watching foreign films dubbed into English to watching those with subtitles. Of all the ethnic groups, whites had the closest viewing preference percentages to total adults. The ethnic group whose viewing preference percentages were closest to others was African Americans. Number 9. The pancake tortoise is very rare and suffered from illegal pet trade in the 1960s and 70s. Its tiny size meant it could be smuggled out of Kenya and Tanzania in very large numbers. It lives in rocky cliffs, hidden in crevices during the day. Grasses are very important for feeding and breeding. These grassy areas around the cliffs are disappearing through human activity, which prevents the species from increasing its population. The pancake tortoise has a lightweight shell, which helps it scurry along and escape from predators more quickly. The bony plates that make up the shell are reduced in this species, leaving spaces where the bones would be, making it less heavy and more flexible. The shell is also flattened, which helps the tortoise to rest or escape under very low rocks. If the tortoise falls and lands on its back, it can right itself quite easily. Number 10. Assembling and using Power Pod Blender. Holding the blade by the shaft, lower it onto the spindle pin at the bottom center of the jar. Load ingredients to be processed into the jar. Place the splash guard lid onto the jar. Place the power pod on top of the lid, making sure it is securely in place. Plug the power cord from the power pod into an electric outlet. To blend ingredients, keep pressing the control button located on the top of the power pod. Note: don't operate the appliance for more than 15 seconds at a time. The jar, splash guard lid, and blades are all dishwasher safe. Wipe the power pod clean with a damp cloth. Number 11. Share Your Adventure Story Contest. We're excited to hear about your adventures on federal public lands and waters. Stories can be submitted from adventures taken between the dates of May 1st, 2021 through April 30th, 2022. Submit your story at www.adventures.gov/shareyourstory by May 15th, 2022. Participants must be legal U.S. residents and 18 years or older as of April 30th, 2021. Categories: activities, reflection journeys, traditions, family or group travel. Length: 900 to 4,500 characters. Photos: 1 to 3 images to accompany your story. Photos will not be included in the judging criteria. Prizes: a gift card, $300, $500, $1,000, or $2,000, and a National Parks and Federal Recreational Lands Annual Pass. Winners will be announced on May 31st, 2022. Number 12. If you are reading this text in book form, the page in front of you is likely to be of a standard size that was determined almost a century ago by a committee of German engineers within a private standard-setting organization, and it was probably shipped in containers standardized more than half a century ago. If you are reading this on a screen, the specific set of electrical impulses that creates the characters that appear before you was standardized by a more recent international committee of engineers, as were the software languages that make it possible for your e-reader to generate this text. Other such committees established the standards for the battery your device uses and for every switch and junction, transmission line, and tower between your battery's charger and the power plants that provide its electricity. Similar committees of engineers standardized the cement and steel that make up those towers, the rivets or nuts and bolts that hold them together, and all the machinery that erected those towers and strung those wires. The power plants where the wires begin rely on scores of other standards created by yet more committees and organizations. Number 13. Computer printer manufacturers would like their customers to buy ink cartridges from them at prices they dictate. However, they face competition from third-party ink producers who want to plug their cartridges into the printer cartridge slots, thereby intercepting the printer manufacturer's revenue stream. These organizations act rather like parasites on the printer manufacturers. The printer manufacturers counter this interception using a strategy sometimes known as twisting and turning. This involves constantly changing the details of the interface between the printer and the ink cartridge. The effect of this is to increase the quantity of research and development work that the third-party ink manufacturers need to do to stay in business, which increases their costs and makes their products less attractive. Also, there is a delay between the release of the printer and when the third-party ink manufacturers copy the cartridges. The result of this process is a huge diversity of printer cartridge types. Number 14. Consumption today is so widely associated with the private act of purchase in the market that it is easy to forget that huge chunks have been made public, and in many ways continue to be. In public hospitals, armies, schools, subsidized university canteens, and kindergartens. Companies and institutions, similarly, are spaces of consumption as well as work. Looking back at the 20th century, including the United States in the age of affluence, it is striking how the rise of private consumption has been accompanied by the rise of the state. State spending on public consumption has been complemented by credit policies and investments in infrastructure that made private consumption possible in the first place. We would need to worry less about sustainability if states had not built roads and motorways in the first place. There is still sometimes a danger in the historical literature of treating market societies as normal consumer cultures and planned societies as pathological misfits. But this presumes a single highway to a shared destination of the consumer society that bypasses the many different roads societies have taken. Number 15. As soon as you know what something is, you start to know whether you like or dislike it. This initial evaluation is immediate and unconscious, occurring in the first microsecond of thought. This initial evaluation even occurs for things people have never encountered before, such as nonsense words. For example, one study found that among English speakers, the nonsense word juvalamu is very pleasing, the nonsense word bargulum is moderately pleasing, and the nonsense word chakaka is very displeasing. Although people can easily override the initial evaluation with further thought, the initial evaluation stands if no further thought is given. According to John Bargh, the lead author on the study, and no doubt the inspiration for the word bargulum, we have yet to find something the mind regards with complete impartiality, without at least a mild judgment of liking or disliking. Put another way, people have attitudes about everything. Number 16. In the 1990s, the story went that access to certain tools, an internet connection, and a PC would enable access to high-wage jobs. Today, it appears that the tools were easier to get than the jobs. Ultimately, we must take into account the fact that as home internet access has reached a saturation point, though of course gaps still remain, the economic lives of working Americans have either not improved or have worsened. Hourly wages have stagnated since the late 1970s, while productivity has continued to improve. Indeed, from 2000 to 2013, the era wherein home internet access reached the saturation point, hourly wages for 30% of the workforce actually fell. The story is worse for workers with only a high school degree, but even college graduates have seen anemic wage growth. And while gender-based wage gaps have narrowed over the last 40 years, race-based ones have been stubbornly persistent. This is hardly the picture we'd expect if internet access increased individual economic fitness. Number 17. Evidence is always better at showing what could not have happened than by revealing for certain what did happen. That's why stories are valuable. By pulling together threads of evidence from many disciplines, it's possible to weave together ideas about the dramas that our ancestors might have starred in. We can even make educated guesses about what it felt like to be them. It was the challenges they faced, the solutions they found, and the trade-offs they made that shaped what we have become. To understand our ancestors, it's not enough to simply imagine how we might have faced those challenges or how we might have felt. We must think ourselves outside of the time and place we live in now. Our ancestors didn't just face different problems, they had lifetimes of different experiences and were steeped in different knowledge and beliefs. Our more ancient ancestors were physically different, and their minds had different capacities. They weren't capable of thinking and feeling like we do. And even quite recent ancestors, who may have looked just like people today, would have thought and felt differently. Number 18. One of the factors that led to early democracy involved the balance between how much rulers needed their people and how much people could do without their rulers. When rulers had a greater need for revenue, they were more likely to accept governing in a collaborative fashion, and this was even more likely if they needed people to fight wars. With inadequate means of simply compelling people to fight, rulers offered them political rights. The revenue of the state was often regarded as the personal income of the ruler, and a large portion of it was spent on the royal household and the court. The flip side of all this was that whenever people found it easier to do without a particular ruler, say by moving to a new location, then rulers felt compelled to govern more consensually. The idea that exit options influence hierarchy is, in fact, so general that it also applies to species other than humans. Among species as diverse as ants and birds, social organization tends to be less hierarchical when the costs of what biologists call dispersal are low. Number 19. The study of living control systems is the study of the behavior of living organisms. Organisms can be regarded as living control systems because their behavior is equivalent to that of non-living control systems. The equivalence turns on the fact that both non-living control systems and living organisms control, which means that they act to achieve intended or goal results in the face of unpredictable and often undetectable disturbances that would prevent these results from being achieved. For example, the thermostat, a non-living control system, controls by acting to keep room temperature constant in the face of disturbances, such as variations in the number of people in the room that would otherwise cause the temperature to vary considerably. Similarly, a person sipping tea controls by acting to get the cup consistently to their lips in the face of disturbances, such as the changing weight of the cup after each sip that would otherwise cause many a slip between cup and lip. Number 20. Adjusting a mental model is sometimes very simple. How, for example, do we reach out to an object that we see? In the 17th century, René Descartes had already guessed that our nervous system must contain processing loops that transform visual inputs into muscular commands. You can experience this for yourself. Try grabbing an object while wearing somebody else's glasses, preferably someone who is very nearsighted. Even better, if you can, get a hold of prisms that shift your vision 12 degrees to the left and try to catch the object. You will see that your first attempt is completely off. Because of the prisms, your hand reaches to the right of the object that you are aiming for. Gradually, you adjust your movements to the left. Through successive trial and error, your gestures become more and more precise as your brain learns to correct the offset of your eyes. Now take off the glasses and grab the object. You'll be surprised to see that your hand goes to the wrong location, now way too far to the left. Number 21. The American paradox, in culinary terms, is that although foods from throughout the world are available and often affordable, consistency and conservatism are also needed. At one end of the spectrum, people who are exposed to new foods through travel and those who crave new taste experiences have driven the rapidly expanding market for imported fruits, vegetables, and meat products, cheeses, and condiments. The growth in ethnic restaurants has far surpassed that of the restaurant industry as a whole in recent decades. A survey found that Italian, Mexican, Japanese, sushi, Thai, Middle Eastern, and Caribbean fare have grown most in popularity in recent years, while interest in French, German, Scandinavian, and soul food has declined. One of the most recent developments is the success of fast casual ethnic restaurant chains, such as Chipotle, Curry in a Hurry, L&L Hawaiian Barbecue, Mama Foo's, and Pho Hua. At the other end of the American continuum of cuisine, some people find considerable satisfaction in the uniformity of a meat and potatoes diet. A national trend survey found plain American food most well liked by respondents, 66%. Number 22. One might argue that particulate sound systems are not unique to humans. Male humpback whales, for example, sing complex songs consisting of discrete elements organized into phrases and themes. Furthermore, individuals within a group converge on a very similar song, which changes incrementally throughout each breeding season, providing evidence that the elements and their patterning are learned. Crucially, however, there is no evidence for a rich relationship between the order of elements and the meaning of the song. Instead, the songs always seem to mean the same thing. In other words, a combination of a sexual advertisement to females and an inter-male dominance display. A similar point has been made about bird songs, which can have a particulate structure with discrete elements recombined to form novel sequences, e.g., in mockingbirds. Despite this structural feature, however, the songs appear to always convey the same small set of meanings, including readiness to mate, territorial display, and in some cases, an individual's identity. Number 23. The core of journalists are often found describing themselves as the fourth estate in a mature democracy, fearlessly exposing public and political wrongdoing and holding governments to account in a robust and impartial manner. Obviously, in order to ensure such high-minded independence, the news media must remain at arm's length from politics, but increasingly their rhetoric has a hollow ring. In fact, it is more the case that the relationship between politics and the media is a necessarily inter than independent one, as each relies on the other for its survival. News media need stories, and politicians need publicity. Sources, particularly those in government, are the lifeblood of news. The media, and television in particular, ventilate the realpolitik, with presidents and prime ministers announcing important policy decisions, not in Senate or the Commons, but in the TV studio, live to camera, and directly to us in our homes. The way journalists describe the relationship between the media and politics does not seem accurate, as politics and the media are mutually dependent. Numbers 24 and 25. Beriberi is a complex illness that results from a lack of thiamine. It has two forms. In wet beriberi, the person suffers from heart problems and swelling of the legs. In dry beriberi, the legs become painful and weak, and walking is difficult. If the person is alcoholic or has lost weight quickly, dry beriberi can sometimes also be accompanied by confusion and memory loss. Both forms of the disease are associated with diets that consist mostly of rice. Beriberi had existed for centuries in Southeast Asia among people whose diet was mainly rice, but it became more widespread in the 19th century with the advent of mechanized grain milling. Until that point, rice was milled by hand to remove the indigestible husk. This kind of milling was done on small quantities on a daily basis, and not all of the skin was removed. Rice prepared this way retained moderate amounts of thiamine. Around 1870, however, steel rollers for milling all types of grain were invented, and there were many immediate benefits. Using these rollers, the outer layers of grain were removed much more thoroughly, easily, and efficiently than milling by hand. The mechanized mills also did a better job of removing dirt, insects, and some of the grain fats, making the grain less likely to rot during storage. The milled grains therefore had a longer shelf life. People preferred the appearance, taste, and texture of machine-milled grains, and so this type of grain became associated with wealth and refinement. This new technology was widely and quickly adopted, but came with a price. In the case of milled or white rice, even less thiamine remained than after hand milling. So as the new mills spread, so did beriberi. Numbers 26 through 28. Some years ago, there lived on a small farm in Scotland a poor man and his wife, with their 2 children, a girl of 10 and a little boy of 7. Young as they were, the girl, named Elspie, could do many things to help her mother, while little Johnny, with his faithful collie, Scotch sheepdog, would watch the sheep and cattle on the wild hills all alone. He and his sister often amused themselves with teaching the sheepdog all he had to do. Now it happened that their mother was famous for making a particularly fine cheese, and she wished to send one, together with a puppy of the collie's, to some friends who lived over the moor in the wildest part of the district. She considered both the gifts valuable, and she was at first puzzled to find a trustworthy messenger to carry them. Her husband advised her to send the children, saying that he would rather trust Elspie than anyone. So it was decided that they should go. The children set out in high spirits early the next morning. Elspie carried the cheese, and Johnny the puppy, which was too young to follow, while its mother trotted by their side. They went on steadily for nearly half the way. Suddenly a violent storm of snow came on, driving right in their eyes. The whole moor was soon covered with snow, and all trace of the path had disappeared. The unfortunate children completely lost their way. They were at a loss what to do. At last the night came on. Johnny began to cry bitterly from cold and hunger. His sister, though suffering herself, did all she could to comfort him. She cheered him with assurances that their father and mother would be certain to seek for them. The self-denying sister took off her plaid and all her upper clothes to cover Johnny, and the faithful collie kept him warm. For herself, she had only the little puppy, which she placed across her breast. With all their endeavors, if it had not been for a mass of snow which fell on them, and protected them in some measure from the keen frost, they would have lost their lives. The little boy slept soundly all night, but Elspie prayed constantly to God to deliver them. Next day their parents and neighbors searched the country round, and by noon they reached the spot where the children lay, but they were covered with snow, and were too weak to call out. Fortunately, the sheepdog answered to the shouts he heard, with a faint bark, and thus the little party were discovered and dug out.